hell's heart I stab at thee. For hate's sake, I spit my last breath at thee.
I can't get away. I can't get away. I try. I really try. You keep dragging me back in. Keep dragging me back to this. I promise you, this will be the last time I talk about this. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Yes, I do have great taste in music, especially when I'm the one that does this. Oh, boy. You guys asked for it. You really asked for it. Unless I come in, hang on one second. You guys,
you laid.
I had everything set up to.
You had all the
Give me 1 second.
And then you all ended up literally. I think that was the thing that actually drove. There already was a way.
See, that's why I get into trouble. Hang on one second. Stupid thing.
The final moment when you said,
"Okay, maybe this will do it." Can you guys hear this? I just want you guys to hear this.
To this day, if we start talking,
you got that?
It's 4 hours.
Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear this.
It's 4 hours if we exchange a sentence.
Really?
Yeah, and it's like it's the center of why we've been able to sustain and why we're still together, not choking the life out of each other.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the ability to work through issues.
Yeah.
I've never met another person that I connect with in conversation more blissfully and productively than Jada.
Will, you know Ester Perel is coming to the table. She's going to be at the red table. Would you say she has been instrumental in you and I redefining our relationship?
I would say don't just start filming me without asking me.
Oh my goodness.
If you could film me.
Ester, come help us again, please. I'm still dealing with foolishness.
Because she don't just.
Would you say that she helped us heal the hurts that we caused between one another?
My social media presence is my bread and butter, okay? So you can't just use me for social media and not, don't just start rolling. I'm standing in my house. Don't just start rolling.
Please watch Ester at the red table because she's helped us a lot. Can't you tell?
No, actually, I can't tell, Jada. Oh, my goodness. in case you wonder who she's talking about, Ester is actually Ester Perel, who is this good person right here. I think we need to clarify some terms here because I have had, over the years, I have had probably about 100 or 200 people ask me what I think about Ester Perel. And today we're going to get into that just a little bit more. I think a lot of people make this mistake that she is in some way I think she's like a more youthful 21st century Dr. Ruth. That's what people want to believe of her. And they also want to believe Ester Perel is like a red pill, in some way red pilled. And I hate to use that as a verb, but I want to throw this up here really quick in case you're wondering who Ester Perel is. This was actually attached to this video when I was sent this video. It says, I'm kind of surprised that there are no mention of Ester Perel in this thread yet. The writer that Jada is talking about. I've read Esther's books out of curiosity, not because a relationship is going on the rocks. It's okay. Thanks. You didn't have to qualify that really. And she's great. She's a great writer with a lot of really interesting ideas, but it's so easy for cheaters to take what she says and turn it unfairly into justification of their cheating. Because Esther explores the underlying issues that lead people to infidelity and has often seen couples where infidelity has been one of the many possible catalysts to resolving these underlying issues, people who are looking to absolve themselves of responsibility for cheating can take what she says as meaning that the affair was justified and a necessary part of healing. Look at how much Jada talks about healing. Oh, we have. This is the 4th video I've done on this. She's pissed at him because her idea of healing hurts Will, and she resents Will for not fully being okay with her chosen method of quote unquote healing. Ester Perel has helped us a lot. That's what he's quoting Jada from this video. Esther's books gave me a framework to build a false reality around my cheating that makes me look like the victim and you look like the asshole for being upset that I cheated. Yes, Esther herself is quite clear on this. And as she said here, because I believe that some good can come out of the crisis of infidelity, I have been asked, so would you recommend an affair to a struggling couple? My response, a lot of people have positive life-changing experiences that come along with terminal illness, but I would no more recommend having an affair than I would recommend getting cancer. Jada is manipulative and toxic. Well, I'm glad we are finally able to come to that conclusion. I think that video that I just showed you here, I'm going to come back to that in just a second, but that is, I'm sorry. The reason why I'm sorry, I screwed up the audio. I was going to, that was actually the audio that I just played was from the Oprah Winfrey interview of Will Smith over his new, I guess it's his biography of Will is the biography, right? And we're going to get into a few things today because today is not really about Will Smith. Today is about toxic women, yes, but also not so much time. I'm not going to beat up. I promise you, ladies, we're not going to be negative and, oh, Rollo only talks about hate and he's always down on women. No, actually, today we're going to talk about men just like Will and the response and the interactions and the let's just say, reflexive behavior set that results from a guy like Will Smith being attached to a woman like Jada Pinkett Smith. You know what? We shouldn't even Jada Pinkett. Okay. So there's a reason why women keep their last names or they hyphenate their last names. And this is actually a perfect place to start with this. God damn it. I was supposed to have that quote from who was it? I think it was it Steve Stewart Williams or no, it was Rolf Dengen had a research study about the incidence of, or let's say correlation of people who are narcissistic or have NPD and their desire to keep their last names. Now, of course, they want to say people, but who generally takes the last name in a marriage in a couple? Okay. Can we just cut the shit? Please. Can we please? Because Because I think, whenever I hear the term, like whenever I'm reading something like in an article or something, and it's like, oh, people say this or people that, and that when they're talking about something that's a gendered issue and they use the word people or persons or whatever, or they try to generalize it, they're trying to shy away from the fact that the people they're referring to is predominantly women. Because we can't just have anything that like shines unflatteringly on women, just on women. We can't have that conversation. In fact, I've talked about this before. It's the men do it too, and men do it worse. Or what about guys? What about what about? What aboutism? That's actually a sociological, psychological, I say disorder, but it's a phenomenon. Let's just say, and it might be even is it a logical fallacy? What aboutism is? What about this? What about that? Not all women are like that. No, but that's who we're talking about right now. Can we come back to that, please? No one wants to just focus in on one thing. I'll tell you what's funny is nobody goes, well, what about women when they're saying something unflattering about men's nature? We don't go there. We never go there. It's only when we're talking about women and something is like unflattering about them that we go there. But I digress. I was throwing some of these other things out here. I'm going to give you another one here because I want to kind of set the stage here before I come down on Ester Perel and this whole thing. So that was video number one. That was damning enough. I don't know where that surfaced from. Somebody had an archived copy of that. And that is pretty revealing. I think that these are the people that Will and Jada listen to. There's others too, by the way. I did my homework for today's topic. And again, today's topic is not necessarily about Will and Jada. It's about the toxic nature of that relationship and what happens when you have a woman who is married to a guy who is ostensibly, famous. And I don't mean, obviously he's famous, right? He's worth $350 million. Got it. Best actor. Got it. You can't talk and you can't talk down about Will Smith as far as like what he's achieved in his career. Got it. However, he's not the most alpha guy in the world. Let's just be honest. I think everything that has come out really is certainly in the last decade. Let's just say I've been talking about this for a long time. We just haven't come back to it. We haven't circled back to this yet. In fact, the only reason we have this in the news is because Will Smith decided to lash out at Chris Rock at the Emmys or the Academy Awards. And was I wrong about the staging? Well, I think the jury's still out on that, but I will take half a loss in that. I will take half an L. I will cop to half an L in this. When I did the original show, the When Cucks Attack, when I did that show, I presented you with three options, okay? I went with option one. I was saying this is what I think, but I was giving you a well-rounded understanding of the facts as I knew them right then and there, okay? Now, see, that's the problem I think that a lot of guys have is like when they hear me make a proclamation, it's like if anything comes out of Rollo's mouth, it must be like Nostradamus, like Rollodamus says that this is staged. And I still have my suspicions that there are parts of it that were staged. Or there were, like perhaps Will's response to it was not staged, but you can't ignore the stats. You can't ignore that the viewership for the Academy Awards has never been lower in the history of the show. Has never been lower. It was at like 9.7 million, I think, was the last recorded. I showed you guys the stats on that. I don't have them handy right now, but the stats that I'm looking at, I mean, they're trying to do something to jumpstart that show also. And again, I'm not saying I buy into this, but people were saying that the whole thing that was going on with Will Smith and Chris Rock was going to end their careers. I can't believe they would make such a stupid idea. What were they thinking? Well, guess what? Immediately after that event, after that conflict, after the smack that heard around the world, Chris Rock's ticket sales for his, I guess he's on tour. Now I kind of want to go see. Maybe he'll come here. He does come here to Arena. I think he plays Silver Legacy or something like that. But his ticket prices went from like $47 per to like $325 per. They're not losing any market capital as a result of this. If anything, people are talking about them more. And if you go and you look at what's happened sort of in the wake of this, it's done nothing but been a boon for all of the people involved, and including a few other people you might not even really think were involved. Now, let's address one other thing here, the alopecia thing. I guess Pfizer has a new alopecia medicine or something like that. And some people were saying, not me, this is what has been sent to me. I just work here. I'm just reporting the news. Okay. Some people were saying that because Pfizer and Big Pharma or whatever, I guess it's Pfizer, was one of the primary commercial interests, let's just say, or I think it was sponsored even by by Pfizer, the Academy Awards, that perhaps that was something that was supposed to draw attention to the plight of people who suffer from alopecia, and apparently that's why Jada shaved all her hair off. I'm a little skeptical of that. Let's just say, okay, I'm not going to go Alex Jones on you. Actually, Alex Jones would probably be more accurate than the people I'm listening to here. That's a possibility. The other possibility is that, of course, it was, they're trying to jumpstart the viewership. I'm sure somebody like us, Rugby or Sam, will have some sort of a follow-up for me on all of this. But the stats for, what was it, the Grammys just went off. I wonder if they got a bump in viewership as a result of this. I'm not 100% sure. So yeah. Just coming back to this just real quick, because I know people are going to jump up my ass for this. Okay. Rollo was wrong. It really wasn't staged. I gave you 3 options. I said it was either staged, and I went with staged. So yes, my mea culpa, right? But that I also gave you the option that it wasn't staged, and that's really kind of what we're going to get into today. And then there's the third option, which I think I'm more leaning towards now. Okay, the third option was this: it wasn't staged, but it was prompted. It was, let's just say, kickstarted, or the hope of it was there. And the reason I say that, and I'll repeat what I said back in I think it was on Tuesday last week, or it was last week. The possibility still exists that the writers of the Academy Awards who wrote that monologue for Chris Rock put that joke in there about G.I. Jane, which of course is kind of ridiculous. There's no way Chris Rock would have ever even occurred to Chris Rock to write that joke. In fact, I think since then they've said that it wasn't written by them. It was written by the Academy people, I guess, for that monologue or that, that comedy bit. Right. And that was one of the things that was in there. So nobody's throwing rocks and nobody's coming down on, they're not trying to discover who the writers were of that monologue. They're still very intensely focused on the aftermath of this whole thing. So the possibility exists that, again, and this kind of locks in with the idea of that they needed to stimulate viewership, but they throw in the possibility of some kind of conflict between Will and Chris Rock, knowing again where Will Smith is going to be. Now, Will Smith also got his very first Best Actors award, and that puts him into a very elite category, particularly as a black man. So when you look at other, let's say, Best Actors awards, you look at Denzel Washington, the same guy who was consoling him after that event during the commercial break. We saw that on the last video that I put out there. So there is the possibility that the writers were sort of playing or hoping that maybe something was going to be instigated as a result of that, and they got more than they bargained for. So there's the possibility of both of those things being true, right? They not necessarily staged, but certainly prompted. Now, if it wasn't staged, then they got the reaction that they were looking for, which was we need to provoke a reaction in Will. And when you see videos like this.
So Will, Ester Perel is coming to the table. She's going to be at the red table. Would you say she has been instrumental in you and I redefining our relationship?
I would say don't just start filming me without asking me.
Oh my goodness.
Does that seem like a guy who might have been more, let's say, on edge, but might have been more easily prompted to what Will Smith did? Now that we know some, this kind of background, we know their history. We know, I've done, this is the 4th video I have done since August of 2020 when Will Smith went on the Red Table Talk, which is where Esther Perel was going to. And this is one of the reasons, God damn it. This is one of the reasons why I don't like to do instant videos about stuff that like are really hot topics. Like I remember when the Tomi Lahren thing dropped and I'm like, oh man, I better go jump on this. And that was successful because Tomi Lahren's kind of a shrew. Let's just be honest. And from that video, that's when Dr. Phil's writers or whoever his agents or producers were, that's when they called me, Rollo TOMASSI. I'm talking to the producers of Dr. Phil as a result of me jumping on that topic as quick as I could. So should I always immediately jump on the hottest topic and get on it? Well, that's what everybody does. Sorry, that's the nature of certainly YouTube. It's the nature of this sort of commercial nature of our instant. I'm going to go back up here. I know I got a couple of these here. I'm trying to get to them. Oh, there you are. Sorry, Phil. Worst thing about the slap is it probably eliminated any chance of him filing for divorce. Sunk cost fallacy. I've sacrificed too much to end it. Yeah, well, you're cheaper to keep her, right? I mean, I'm sure you probably heard that from a few MGTOWs already. And $350 million net worth, no frame, no mental point of origin. Money can't buy frame. Will is a good example. Yes, exactly. And I think a lot of people get really upset with me when I talk about like somebody like, say, Jeff Bezos or even Elon Musk. And you go, you can't buy alpha. You can't buy red pill awareness. You can't buy game savvy. You can't buy an understanding of women's nature. I mean, unless you buy my book, right? But you can't purchase that. And so when people see Will Smith, man, let me tell you something. If you go back and you look at the comments on the video that I did, the initial video that I did in August of 2020, still is my most viewed video on this channel was the initial Will Smith one. And if you look at the comments in there, people are just throwing raw. You don't know anything about him. You don't live with him. You don't know his situation. You don't know anything about this guy. And it's either you're a white guy and you don't know how to be a black culture. You're not personally a part of their family. So you should just shut the hell up. Or what was the other one? You don't know enough about them. Or, you're professionally jealous. You wish you had the success that a guy like Will Smith had. And I'm like, all I'm doing is like giving you the analysis and the play-by-play here. And you are more offended of the fact that I'm bringing up or questioning certain aspects of the relationship that's going on here, trying to use it as a learning tool. But no, you're professionally jealous. Oh, there goes Rollo again. He's talking about Will Smith. Oh, he's talking about Michaela Peterson. Oh, he's talking about, God forbid I do another show on Tomi Lahren. Yeah, of course you'd love that one, wouldn't you? Are you not entertained? So I'm going to dig into that a little bit more today. If you've got questions, I got some other announcements that I'm going to go into. I'm going to be at the CME. That's the convention or Conference of Masculine Excellence. That is Donovan Sharp's convention that is coming up in May. It will be May 19th through the 22nd. I will be there. I am not a featured speaker. In fact, I turned down the quote unquote keynote speaker position because I want everybody to be there for the same reason. I don't want it to be like a brand showcase for us. I want it to be I want it to have a purpose. And I think this is sort of the event that I was hoping that the Vegas event was going to be last year. So I will be there in Miami. Again, I will remind you that I will be there actually from the 16th until the 23rd. And I'm going to be doing some side events and some of them will be paid. Some will be just, show up and I'll be there kind of thing. So I'm not trying to, burn you with the hustle, but some of these things I kind of have to charge for. Like if we go fishing or something like I kind of got to charge for that. So I'm going to be doing some side events there. I know Modern Life, John from Modern Life Danny's going to be there. He's going to be doing Hot Dude Army stuff. I got my shirt. I got the t-shirt finally. Thank you very much. Sterling got it to me. And then Troy Francis will be there. So you'll at least get 3/5 of of the original Rule Zero crew. So we will all be there. I'm kind of hoping we can do a shot on Fresh and Fit while we're on there. Maybe just go head to head with the Ratchet Hose. And that's coming up very, very soon. As you guys know, I have an NFT that is incoming. It will be released on May 1st. This is the very first, as far as I know, red pill based NFT. I don't care what your opinions of NFTs are. If you don't want to buy it, you don't have to buy it. If you want to get in right now, though, you can. We mint on May 1st, and I will most likely have Rocky Savo and Kevin Savo in this week at some point. I was with Robert Kiyosaki last weekend on my birthday. Thank you guys for watching my sort of impromptu my live stream this time last week. And I've got some really interesting irons in the fire that I can't really talk about right now, but they do also sort of coincide with the NFT. So there's a lot of value right now for the NFT. I'm going to be doing one-on-one consultations. You're going to get a trip out to the CME if you get in at the mint. There's a lot of utility that we're adding to this, and we are dedicated to this. If you doubt that in any way, go on the Discord and listen in. Well, actually, in some cases you will listen in, because I'm doing like collab. We're doing the video collabs on there too. But that is now sort of my home base. I think I was going to start a Rational Male Discord, and I'm thinking, okay, once I get the book out, that's where we're gonna go with this. I can't wait to do that. And I thought, you know what, the Red Pill Alliance community right now has it's exploded. I can't believe how well it's exploded just in the last, we started it almost a month ago, and it's huge right now. So do get in on that. The link to the Discord and the CME, if you want to get tickets, is in the description down there below. I will have a video for you later on. I'll remind you later on in today's show, but the NFT will mint on May 1st. So please do get in at the base level, and you will be glad that you did. Where is that? There it is. There's my overlay. Let's see. Thank you, Will. All right, Will, this is for you. I need to get my own version of the hair. That's my version of it. Rollo, yesterday I saw a story on IG, an IG model stabbed her boyfriend to death. I'm glad you brought that up, Will. We talked about that on the 6th yesterday, and I'm probably going to delve into that a little bit more, actually with Myron. So that we're definitely coming up with that. That was a really great topic on the 6th, which is Donovan Sharp's sort of panel show. I did that with, it was just me and Donovan, and then there was Devin, Femsapien, Janelle, and Pearl came in, and it was like me and Donovan were the only guys on that panel. She had appeared in a podcast. Yes, I know. It was called We in Miami Podcast, and she was on Stunt's show. And there is such a thing as karma. Thank you. Once again, God makes a joke, and I'm the only one that gets it. She spoke how she would never allow a man to tell her what to do and could not do. Or could and could not do. Could social media fame be causing psychotic tendencies in women? In the women that are prone to those psychotic tendencies, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, even evidentially, provably, it is triggering the social media. Cell phone addiction is most definitely something that is feeding into that. Let's just say, I'm not going to say it's a catalyst for it, but it's certainly a force multiplier, right? It certainly reinforces what is already there, if it is already there. I will definitely get into that a little bit more, maybe towards the end of the show. Maybe we'll talk about that a little bit, because I think I'm going to have a little bit of extra time here. I have some other things I wanted to get into as well. I want to show you guys this here first before we get too far in, because I've got lots of these to show you today. Let's add this one in today.
Hired a team to orchestrate her 40th birthday. I had hired a documentary team. I traced Mommy's family roots. Her 40th birthday was going to be my thing.
It was going to be a splash.
It was going to be a splash. Mary J. Blige performed. I debuted the film, all of that. It was going to be the thing that lifted her out of this midlife crisis, and it was going to be my deepest, most beautiful proclamation of love. And she's told me that the party was the most ridiculous display of my ego.
Ooh.
I like that drop. Now, you know what, really quick, I just look, if I turn the sound off on this, I can't really, well, I guess I could, but just watch the facial expressions right here. Look at this, just really quickly.
The day after her 37th birthday, I hired a team to orchestrate her 40th birthday.
Okay, look at his facial expression. He looks like he's like, hey, I'm doing the right thing. I'm doing what I've been told. I'm trying to make an effort. I'm trying to be romantic. I'm trying to show my affection and my love and my, my commitment and just to try to make this day a special day for her. Look at this. Look at this.
I hired a
That's mom. That's mom.
documentary team. I traced.
That's son. I'm pretty sure that's son.
Mommy's family roots. Her 40th birthday was going to be my thing.
It was going to be a splash.
Yeah, there it is. Now look at when people tell me like, oh, Rollo, you're reading stuff into all this, that body language stuff that you write about. Like, by the way, there's a very long chapter in book 5, which is coming out next week. I'm not going to tell you when, but we got the book's ready to go. But there's a full chapter on body language in book 5, The Player's Handbook, right? And of course, that chapter was derived from an essay on body language, right? It was about the same time that John from On Life Dating was doing body language mastery courses, right? And so I was having people send me pictures after pictures. I poured over in some cases, like hundreds of pictures of like casual shots. Some of them were wedding shots. Some of them were celebrities. Some of them were just like average, regular people. Some of them were like TikTok shots. Some of them were actually the users themselves and like say, what do you think about this, the body language in this? And so I'm kind of like looking at this. Now, I'm not a body language expert, but I do know the difference between, like, I can see the commonalities. I'm pretty good at pattern recognition. I think so anyways. So when I wrote body language or the body language essay, and then again in the chapter in the book, I'm looking at these things, and the number one critic or the number one critique I get from guys is like, well, the photographer told him to do that. There's no photographer in this video saying, okay, now mom, roll your eyes here. No, that's all reflexive. That's express. And remember, they've been married for 25 years. And he did this for her 40th birthday. And I think she's like pushing 50 right now. I think she's like 49. So that event that he's talking about, he's describing right there with his mother-in-law, his shrew of a wife, and his daughter, son, whatever he's calling himself these days, is right there trying, his son trying to be like in mom and grandma's group, trying to be a part of all of that. When she's trying to, is Willow a boy or a girl? Who knows, right? But the fact of the matter is that kid wants to be Jada. That kid wants to be in the cool. It's cooler to be like mom than it is to be like dad. All right. It's a daughter. Is it a daughter? It's a daughter. Okay. You get it. Okay. There you get your say. Okay. So it's hard to say. One of them, which one is the trans one? I don't know which one is the trans. It's his son or is his daughter? What is it? I don't even know. See, the fact that we're even having this back and forth here should tell you something about the damn family. Okay. So here's the thing. The thing is this, is when we have all those three together, imagine what like Thanksgiving must be like. This is like on the Red Table Talk that they're like, okay, that's cool. Let's put that out there to the world. That's their own channel. That's her platform. She decided to make that platform her own, right? That's where Ester Perel was going on to help them with their entire identities are wrapped up and trying to make the relationship perfect, to find some sort of like happy ground, happy medium, to the point where you've got Will Smith, who's right there saying, I tried to make your 40th birthday. Yeah. I knew you were going through a midlife crisis and, that's what happens with women and blah, 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 blah. Right. He's buying into this. And so what does he do? Like, he's a good dude. He's a genuinely nice guy. And that's the problem. He's a genuinely nice guy. And here he is 25 years later in a marriage that his wife and everyone else didn't think was a good idea at that time. What you got here? The only person in Will Smith's family that takes him seriously is Will Smith. Yeah. And what does he do? He goes on with Oprah Winfrey, and all he's doing, it's like apologetics. It's all apologetics. well, you know, a relationship is hard work. It's hard to, you know, that's all that it's about is very, you know, hard, tough. You know, we're still trying to work it out. It's like, dude, at what point do you go, maybe there's no solution here. Maybe I'm the problem. Maybe I'm the one who's not stepping up. And I will guarantee you that when and if this is not staged, blah, 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 whatever. Let's go with the fact that let's go with the story that it's not. Okay. Maybe it was prompted, but the guy gets to a point where he sees what's going on. We've already seen how Jada can sort of like take control of the situation. Like who is in charge of that? Who wears the pants in that relationship, right? Who has in that power dynamic? Which one of those people has the power in that one? What do you got here? All hail. Okay. Well, man, I need the Lich King All Hail song there for that. Oh, here you go. Thank you. Let's see. What'd you say? Will is the epitome of good guys finish last. Oh, Sancho, thank you for that. Thank you for this one. Oh man, see, you guys you guys are half of this show. Every time I see him, I'm glad I checked out of my marriage. Now I can do everything smarter thanks to Rollo's book. Okay. I'm just going to just briefly, I hate to have to reset this, but briefly look at this.
Ester, come help us again, please. I'm still dealing with foolishness.
Because she don't just.
Would you say that she helped us?
Who is in control here? Who is schooling who? Who looks like the little boy and who looks like the mom that is like just found the little boy with his hands in the cookie jar? That's the dynamic. This Will Smith right here is not the same Will Smith that's apologizing for his relationship to Oprah Winfrey. And I would put the Oprah thing, I would be happy to do that, but I know damn well I'm going to get docked for that. So I'm not going to put that. That's why I was trying to give you the audio and I screwed up. My bad. But this is not the same guy.
Heal the hurts that we cause between one another.
My social media presence is my bread and butter. Okay. So you can't just use me for social media and not, you know, don't just start rolling. I'm standing in my house. Don't just start rolling.
Please watch us stare at the red table because she's helped us a lot. Can't you tell? So
that is an obnoxious, entitled see you next Tuesday. That right there. Who controls that relationship? Who is the dominant personality in that relationship? You want to talk about like when he's like, he was talking to Oprah here a little while ago. You just heard him talking about this. When I start a conversation with her, it's a 4-hour conversation. Yeah, I'm sure it is, because every conversation he probably has with her is her like unvoiced regret for getting with him. And not like, you know, she, of course, Tupac's gone, but like that she's still an alpha widow. But he was most definitely her best option at that time. Remember, she was a young actress and he wifed her up. And that's the way things went down. Now, Sancho, I'm going to come back to your super chat here in a second, because that's going to key into a lot of this good stuff here. This was, I apologize for the length of this, but this is definitely a necessary video. We have to see
that night, and he didn't believe me, but I knew. And it was almost like, you know, those big locks on a bank?
Yeah.
Those big turning locks? I could feel that in my womb, in my uterus.
But
and
it was literally 4 seconds after we had sex, and she goes, I said, babe, you okay? She's like, I'm pregnant. I was like, babe, I think scientifically you're not pregnant. Yet.
I cried that whole night.
Damn.
She cried all night because she was pregnant
all night
and
long.
she knew.
I was like,
my life is never
going to be the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is Kill to Party right there. That is the beginnings of Kill to Party. My life is never going to be the same. I feel like I'm pregnant. I'm like, okay, first of all, there's no magical way she knows that she's pregnant. Unless she knew she was pregnant with someone else's kid. You tell me. But that right there sounds really, really sketchy. And when I saw that, when you know, people threw this at me because they wanted like I got this because people wanted to say, oh, this is the dynamic between like Jada and Will, and here's her mom, and here's Willow. I think that's Willow. And I'm watching this, and I'm looking at, first of all, it would behoove you, if you really want to do analytics, you turn off the sound and watch the interaction, and then turn the sound back on, right? And see what they're talking about, because you will get a lot of communication value out of like just seeing gestures and facial expressions and that. And then also when you are listening to the video, like listen to vocal intonations. I think that's important as well. However, I'm looking at this and I'm like, who didn't pick this up first? Like, am I the first guy because maybe there's somebody I know, some other people have done videos on this little exchange here, but like, am I the only guy? Like, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't want to like step on anybody's toes. Am I the only guy that figured out, like, if she's talking about like, oh, babe, I think I'm pregnant. Will, are you that dumb? The only reason a woman is like trying to preempt that is called tilling the field, right? I don't mean that in a literal sense. I mean that like she wants to give you this sort of magical woo. I just had this epiphany that, man, I'm pregnant. From what? From one stroke in and you're done and that's it. And put 2 pump chump and now, I'm pregnant. What? Like that? Like who thinks that unless that woman is already pregnant? That woman's already there. So, Will, if you haven't done so already, it might be time to, I don't know which kid they were talking about, but maybe it's their oldest, right? It might behoove you to get a DNA test on that one kid. And I'm just putting that out there, man. How dare you? Oh, I can't believe you would say something like that. No, it's how dare you? Yeah. I mean, really, with this, especially after what we've been seeing up to this point, would you put it past her? Because I sure as hell wouldn't.
Damn.
I thought it was funny.
Yeah, of course you would think it was funny.
I was like,
no
what?
Respect from the kids. Can you see that? Roll your eyes at me. My daughter would never get away with that. And she did back in the day, man. No. That is tolerating disrespect. And remember, a lot of times when I talk about like masculine authority, I say, and I harp on this all the time, mostly with tradcons, right? Because they think, oh, well, men need to man up and take responsibility. We're just talking about like the Bill Maher thing that I had that thing completely taken down, but I clipped out that part and I put it back up. So in case you want to watch it, but the message of that was this is responsibility without authority is slavery, right? This right here is the slavery part of that, because he has no authority in that relationship. Do you think after watching the video of Jada scolding him about Ester Perel and stuff, do you think that he has any authority in that family? Do you think he would ever like presume to have any masculine fatherly? He's supposed to be a good father, right? He has no authority. Clearly he doesn't, because his kids are like rolling their eyes at him. There's like, that is like blatant disrespect. He would not take that from another dude. If I was there and I was talking to Will Smith, I'm like, I'd probably get slapped too. He'll go and slap Chris Rock, but he won't slap his kid for that kind of disrespect. Are you kidding me? That's what I'm talking about. That's the lack of authority. And it's not so much like, oh, well, men need to man up and take that responsibility and blah, blah, blah. And there's no commensurate authority there. I think that a lot of people presume that I'm saying that men need to go and get, hostile, and they need to just step in and be the guy. Maybe in some cases that's the case. That's best practices. However, what I'm saying here, and Will is a really good example of this, is that he has no authority because he doesn't even presume to ever have any authority. He doesn't presume to step up. Certainly has no authority over his wife. He doesn't even pretend to have it. He doesn't think it's right. It's wrong for me to have authority. You're you and I'm me, and we're responsible for our own happiness. And then, his kid is like rolling their eyes and disrespecting that. Even mom, I wouldn't sit in that table for 5 minutes. Are you out of your freaking mind?
Gonna do now?
Yeah.
I really didn't want to get married, but
We only got married because Gammy was crying.
well, Gammy, this is what happened. It was almost as if Gammy was like, "You have to get married, so let's talk about the wedding." It was almost like that. And
Like she completely just was like, that's not a reality where you're not married.
I was under so much pressure, you know, being a young actress, being young, and I was just like pregnant. I was just like, I didn't know what to do, but I just knew I was.
Yeah, because you know that having the kid is the end of the party. This is exactly what I was trying to communicate to a young lady by the last name of Peterson. Which, of course, all of that came to fruition way back back in February, right? The bullshit came out. Thank you very much, Michaela. And of course, now I'm blocked and everything. Oh, until I'm not blocked, until she decides to, until she decides to
say my name.
I will give it to Michaela. At least she has the balls to say my name. No one else does. No one else does. Anybody was it the roommates, Hafiz? I'm trying to think whoever else, Lawrence Southern, all these, it really.
Say my
Can we cut the shit, please? Please, can we? This is what I'm talking about right here. Of course she doesn't. Of course she thinks her life is over. Oh my God, I got a kid. I'm young. I could be acting. I could be doing all these things. It's going to put such a damper on my career to have a kid. Hell, even Jordan Peterson brings this up dozens of times in dozens of talks about about careerism in women, about not being a mother, about hell, he's made my case for Kill to Party so many times from 2017 up to 2022 that it's like, I want to put this montage together of, what I'm talking about and what he's talking about. And we're right like this. Jordan, we're right like this. It's just that you don't want to apply that to people you're related to. That's the cognitive dissonance that's going on in that situation. But here we have, Will Smith being disrespected by his wife, his mom. I mean, who else can? Like, there's got to be somebody else. Is there a sister? What about his sons? His sons, his masculine sons. What about them? What about What about the people who are his friends? Does he have friends, or is it like all Scientology cult? I don't know. Some people were telling me about that as well. But this is what I'm talking about. He doesn't even pretend. There's not even a concept in it's not an afterthought to Will Smith to say, am I being disrespected by these people? Maybe they're the ones that need to get slapped, right? Of course, that's the joke, right? He should have slapped her up and got her back in pocket. And Tupac, that ship has sailed, by the way. I'm going to get to that a little bit. Actually, let me get to it right now. Just to give you a precursor of this side of the thing here is Will Smith to Jada is beta. Okay. I think when we look at Will and we say he's worth $350 million, he's certainly an Oscar winning, best actor winning, actor. Done lots of great movies, done a lot of good stuff, certainly had a great, interesting life. Whether you like his music or not is kind of, that's on whatever you like, I guess. But I mean, you can't take that away from him either. So, he's a good guy. And like I said, in the very first one of these, I want to like the guy. I really do. And people kept saying, well, Rollo, can we find some way to get him your book? And I'm like, I've been trying to get Elon, Prince Harry, Will Smith. Who else is on the list that, who else needs my book? Right. And I'm only one dude. You guys have to help me out here. I'm not a cult leader. I'm an army leader, and I expect my army to go and do these kinds of things. So when I'm looking at this and I'm saying, this guy doesn't even think that he should be the dominant role. He should be the dominant personality in this. And that dominance, that sort of social dominance, that masculine dominance isn't a learned thing. That is an innate thing. And what happens, it's not innate. What is a learned thing is learning to sublimate that, to make that an afterthought, right? To not even have any presumption that you should have some sort of authority. He doesn't even presume to have authority in his own family, because if he did, he wouldn't be on this show. He wouldn't be having these conversations with his wife.
I was like, I never wanted to be married.
I don't remember that. I remember feeling very strongly and wanting you guys to be married. I do remember that. Yes. But I don't remember your rejection of the idea of marriage. I remember the rejection of the idea of a wedding.
I didn't want a wedding either.
She didn't want it,
I was like, I don't want to get married. And now Gammy done gone to Will crying about, I don't want to have a wedding. And now I'm being forced to have a wedding. when really I just wanted it to be the two of us on a mountain because I was like, this is serious business.
Yeah, I'm sorry that I didn't respect your wishes. It was totally a selfish. I've never had that experience of my daughter getting married
Right.
because you were my only child. But that was so selfish.
Do you think that? Okay, now track with me here. Okay. Seriously, just track with me one moment. Do you think that this conversation? Do you think that this situation would have happened had Tupac lived and wanted to marry Jada? Do you think that this was, I want to go get married on a mountaintop somewhere, and it's like, I don't know, with the Dalai Lama, hand fasting us in, the hot, the Tibetan mountains or some shit like that. Do you think that would have happened? Not even a chance, man. She would have been all over that. It would have been all over her Instagram. If she, by the way, if you go and you look at both of their Instagrams, I was hoping I was going to get something out of these, but you got to remember that their social media accounts are most likely curated by their PR people. So I can't really, I was going to use some of these shots and I go, I really can't use those shots because I know that people who have this kind of money and this kind of fame and this kind of notoriety now, especially, they can't afford not to have professionals handle their social media. I sincerely doubt that all the shots, because if you look at especially Jada's, there is next to no pictures of Will on there, and maybe that's by design. Maybe that's is she trying to get a role in a movie? I mean, really? I mean, has that shit sailed? I don't know. Is she actually still doing, is she actually an actress still? Also, by the way, on that topic, one thing I think that gets lost in the weeds here is remember that Will Smith is going to the Academy Awards to pick up his Best Actors award. People say, well, he didn't know what it was going to be. They don't seat you right up close like that if there's not at least the possibility that you're going to get something, right? I think pretty much most of the actors know, but so that they've got a speech written and they're ready to go. Maybe he was a little less prepared as a result of it slapping him. But now, after seeing that video of Jada schooling Will, and they're going to the Academy Awards, and let me see, do I have any pictures of them doing that? Let me see. I think I might have had one. Oh, yeah. Well, this is a really good one here. That's kind of a shot right there. I'll read this to you here in just a second. Actually, let me just read this to you in a second. Jada Pinkett Smith breaks her silence to charge. Hold on, let me pull this out. I'll come back to that. To charge, let's see, breaks her silence to charge against Will Smith. I didn't do it, nor would I do it in any way. In an interview with US Weekly, Jada Pinkett Smith spoke for the first time about the controversial slap in the face of her husband, Will Smith, to Chris Rock at this is really poorly written, at the Oscars gala, because the comedians joked towards her of the joke, right? Honestly, I don't think that was it, but the also actress assured that she is not a woman who needs protection. These were her words. I never said that I needed his protection. Was she asked this? It was in the heat of the action, and he was the one who exaggerated everything, but I did not do it, or I wouldn't do it anyway. Meanwhile, Will Smith is hospitalized in a prestigious mental clinic, which he entered voluntarily to try to alleviate the stress and discomfort of the situation that this has caused him. Okay. Does this sound like an alpha guy? Can we at least at the end of this show, can we at least determine that Will Smith is most definitely not an alpha? He's most definitely, I mean, he's paid, talented, but blue pill mindset, beta mindset. Alpha is a demographic. It is not, or excuse me, alpha is a mindset. It is not a demographic. Money is no insulation against being beta, being blue pilled. No insulation whatsoever. Can we at least, so that's, I think really that's, this whole situation here is a confirmation of everything the red pill has been talking about, in my case, for at least the last 20 years. So now we're going to have this conversation. Now I got people, in my DMs just sliding into I don't have girls sliding in my DMs. I have guys in podcasts say, hey, Rollo, do you want to come on and talk about the crisis of masculinity and how we need real men, or return to the renaissance of men and the return of real masculinity? No, I don't, because I've been talking about this shit for 20 years. And now you want to talk about it. Before, I was just that Rollo TOMASSI guy, Rollo Tony Browntown, or whatever the fuck you want to call me, right? I was that. Now I'm just this jackhole on the internet until everybody didn't tell it's the new hotness, man. Until you got use for me, man. Comfort the afflicted and afflict the comfortable, and I'm going to be the happiest motherfucker to rub your noses in it. Absolutely.
It's okay. I mean,
it was the right call.
It was the right call.
No, it was the right call for you to marry, but not necessarily. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. To have a wedding, because the wedding was horrible.
It was a horrible wedding.
It was a mess. Jada was sick. She was very unpleasant. Wouldn't go because she was sick.
Insert nervous laughter.
She didn't cooperate with anything.
You were 6 months pregnant at the wedding.
No, I was
How many?
3 months.
3 months pregnant at the
Yeah,
wedding.
so she was having
My
all that
first
morning
trimester
sickness.
was
Oh, it was horrible.
And I was so upset that I had to have a wedding. I was so pissed. I went crying down the freaking aisle.
Getting married.
Cried the whole way.
And I was
down
like,
the aisle.
I was like,
And Will was like, hey.
Man, I'm not going to say it.
She'll be all right, don't worry.
Yeah, because that was one question I forgot to ask. She said that she never wanted to get married. Did you?
There wasn't a day in my life that I wanted anything other than being married and having a family.
Wow.
Well,
thank the good Lord.
Literally 5 years old, I was picturing what my family would be.
Wow.
What was...
Just like a properly trained, conditioned little girl. Just like that. I was just... It's like, what was that, fantasy? Wasn't there like a board game like Fantasy Wedding? It's for like little girls, like 5 to 7. I forget what it was called. Dream Date. There it is. And at the end, you get married. Wow. That relates a lot. Okay. That explains a lot here. And unless you have something that shakes you up, unless you have some sort of traumatic experience that rattles your cage, and hopefully, it sucks that it has to be a trauma. It sucks that it has to be a crisis, right? But there's got to be a point. And hopefully, and I don't wish ill upon any man, but hopefully that point of crisis happens before you get to be 54, 53, 54 years old, and your entire social media and your identity and your career and everything else is pretty much your muse never wanted to get married with you. The girl who's supposed to go, be a ride or die chick, the girl who's still pining for, as an alpha widow for Tupac Shakur, and then gets with August Alsina, and doesn't matter, man. He's just, I'm always there for you. Really? Like, what would it take? What would it take to make him snap? Because we saw it in the Academy Awards. Something snapped. Because I saw all of then this is why you wait until things sort of, all the cards shake out for situations like this. And I apologize. I jumped the gun on this, but all the videos that I'm seeing of him, of people who know him, his own mother, by the way, not this chick, but his own mother, not his mother-in-law, but she's saying, oh, he's such a level-headed guy. He's always very patient. He's always very, level-headed. He's always very, goes right ahead, and it goes along to get along. I would say that he's probably a doormat in most cases. And if he's a doormat certainly with his family. And he doesn't expect anything other than this quote unquote, egalitarian ideal. She doesn't look up. Am I wrong in this? Does she look up to him? Does she admire him? He's Will friggin' Smith. He's got $350 million. He's got an Academy Award to his name. He's got all this other stuff going on. By the way, and again, I should have finished this thought. They're going to pick up his best actor award that puts him in a very elite class as a black man in the Academy Awards, right? They're going to pick that up. And here's Jada Pinkett Smith, like looking like she's like ate something sour, the whole time. Now, I will guarantee you that there is some element of an envy or of like he got what she wanted. And we see that right here in this video. So she's there. If there was any kind of instigation, if she was like riding his ass, and I fully believe that she's one of these nagging shrews that would ride his ass. And how do I know that? Because we just saw the Esther Perel video. That if that's just one little snippet of life, imagine that. And that seems, I mean, you get an idea what the relationship dynamic is from that. But if that's just one snippet, imagine what the stuff you're not seeing is like. And he's on there trying to explain. I think really what he's trying to do is catharsis for him. When he goes on Oprah Winfrey and he apologizes and like, oh, our relationship, our marriage is hard work. Dude, when is it over, man? When are you not a project? When is it not a work in process? Because that is not a glowing endorsement for at least your style of marriage, Will. That is bad. There's something seriously wrong if you've been doing it this long and trying to figure it out and trying to untangle this bitch and do all this stuff, and it's still, there's no reciprocation. Actually, I shouldn't say that. The reciprocation is, we got this foolishness going on again. Esther, come and sort him out. That's the voice of a woman in marriage counseling. I had to bring him here. So you're the counselor. Tell him that I'm right. That's pretty much the dynamic. And especially if you got a female marriage counselor. Whoa. Oh man. Yeah. So I was going to say that there's probably some amount of professional jealousy. I don't say jealousy, envy, right? And there's a difference between jealousy and envy. I don't know if I've ever described that, but jealousy is kind of like, you're protecting something that's yours, whereas envy is like you kind of want something that somebody else has. So there's a difference between those two. I'm going to talk about that here a little bit. But so you got Will Smith, and that's still not enough, right? He's at the top of his game. This should have been this night for Will Smith to get his very first Best Actors award on an Oscar, right? For his role in King Lear. It was King Lear. And especially for that, right? And on, a national stage, and he is provoked either by the writers or by her. Something snapped, something triggered. Mom says that he's like a very level-headed, very even, on an even keel, and everybody that knows him just says he's Will Smith, man. He's always positive. He's always up. He's always optimistic, right? It's always positive energy and woo, magic, right? But not that night. What was it that pushed him to that point? And I will guarantee you that there was probably some conversations or probably something that was going on between the two of them before all this happened. And he probably felt like he had to in some way have what I usually, if you've read my book, what I'm going to say, he had a flash of alpha, meaning that he got so fed up with and he can't hit her. And I don't mean hit, I mean hit in the figurative sense. He can't hit back at her. He can't retaliate. There's no reprisal against Jada because he has it in his head and has had it in his head for a very long time that, no matter what, unconditional love. Doesn't matter if you cheat on me. Doesn't matter if you're pining for Tupac. Doesn't matter any of that stuff. I'm with you all the way. No worries. And you know what? The more he's about that, the less she respected him. And now here we are 25 years later, and he gets to the point where he should be on top of the friggin' world, man. He got the Best Actor Academy Award. If you're an actor, like imagine, it's like winning the Super Bowl. It's a Super Bowl ring, man. And here he is, and his wife is like all, snooty and snot. And by the way, she laughed at the joke before, but he looked at that and he was just like, okay, I can't hit her, but I can hit him. And that's what he did. He went up there and smacked him. Now, was it for real? Jury's still out, but I'm going to go, mea culpa. Yeah, I was wrong. Maybe he snapped. The question is, what is it that will make you snap as a guy? Like, I know a lot of guys, 80% are guys, right? The beta male guys who just sort of go along to get along, delta males, beta males, whatever you want to call, if you're going to go with the Vox Day sociosexual hierarchy, it's just, and I'm not talking like gammas. I'm not talking about, oh man, I'm just like, the even keel delta guys who just do what you put in an honest day's work and get an honest day's pay. What will it take? What event would have to happen for you to have that kind of emotional response to actually get off your ass and take some sort of action? And I'll guarantee you, he has been ridden so much, and probably that day, I would say, most likely that afternoon or that evening, right before the Oscar gala. Right? I'll guarantee you, there was definitely some words that were going on right there, because she's not the kind of woman who could just shut up. And we just heard just a minute ago that when she got pregnant, she's like, "Oh, there goes my career, there goes my life, there goes remember Kill the Party, right? There goes my life, there goes my career. Oh, I want to be a." Imagine she. I'm fairly familiar with the family here. I know someone say they're Scientologists, but it seems like Gammy was most likely a good God-fearing Christian woman back in the day before either one. Well, maybe not Will, but before Jada was famous. Maybe now she's like sort of the cult of Oprah, but who knows? But, do you think that abortion was even an option for Jada? I'm not even sure the kid was Will's. Especially after I'm pregnant. And then he's laughing and trying, I think he's laughing in that he's got that nervous laughter going on, because I think maybe on some level of consciousness, he knows, maybe questions that there's a possibility that maybe if she's saying this and she is pregnant, like immediately a stroke after he's done, that the kid, well, maybe the kid's not actually yours if you're trying to tell me that you're already pregnant. I don't know. I'm just saying, guys have gotten DNA tests for less than that.
Is the fundamental bump about the idea of marriage in general that you were against?
I just never really agreed with the construct. Exactly. I just don't agree with it. Right. I never have. I still don't.
Right. Yeah.
Till Death Do Us Part is real for me. It's just all of the rules and all of the ideas.
It's like you're supposed to do this as a wife. You're supposed to do this. As a husband, you're supposed to do this.
Instead of really just...
can't do.
Exactly.
Right.
Right? Because of this title, wife, is a very difficult...
The accepted conventional definition
of wife.
Right.
The paradigm.
In the paradigm, I'm not that.
Right. I don't know if I've ever...
Yeah, we have absolutely established that, Jada. And now you know why Jada Pinkett is Jada Pinkett. Not, Jada Pinkett Smith, right? Hyphenated. Narcissistic to a degree that I don't think most people are familiar with. Like, this is the kind of narcissism we're talking about here. Now, would we be having this conversation if Tupac had lived and married her? Would she be the loving, doting, would she be concerned about the paradigm or the construct of marriage with him? I highly doubt it. If she got with a guy who was alpha, if you put Will Smith in a more alpha frame, and Will Smith has been, I don't know how to say, I'm not talking about physical shape. I mean, Will's has been in good shape. I don't know what he's doing now. But you put him in a more masculine mindset and a more positive masculine side of things. You put him in there as a guy who doesn't take disrespect from a wife, doesn't take disrespect from a mother-in-law or a child that doesn't know what gender it is, right? Do you think Tupac Shakur would be sitting there going, yeah, well, that's good. I'm glad you brought that out. Yeah, I don't agree on the same concept. I don't believe in the paradigm. It's like, how many mishmash of words can you put out to say you don't want to be with this guy, and you haven't wanted to be with this guy from day one? The only reason you got with Will Smith is because he was your best option after Tupac was gone. Now, clearly we know that because you're pining for somebody kind of like him, and that's why you had the affair with August Alsina. That's why. But this is not all about Jada. This is also about guys, the type of guys that are Will Smith. I've talked about this in my first book, and it's in the chapter called Kill the Beta. Kill the beta before the beta kills you. I have brought this up, by the way, just so you know, I'm not just picking on Will here. I've brought up exactly the same topic about Prince Harry and Meghan Markle. Prince Harry and Will Smith share the same headspace, share the same mentality when it comes to intersexual dynamics, when it comes to understanding, the nature of women and the nature of men. They are on the same, man, and of all people, Meghan Markle runs the show for Prince Harry. I think here we are. I remember again getting run up the flagpole in 2017 on Pat Campbell's show, by the way, when I said that this is a very bad idea. This, when I saw that Meghan Markle and Prince Harry were going to get married or whatever, and I'm looking, she's like this is her second marriage, right? And she's older than he is, and she's like this failed actress, and really, I was dumbfounded because I'd followed Prince Harry for a little while because he was a player for a long time. I mean, people would compare him to his brother, and then Kate? I forget the lady, Princess Kate. It's not Beckinsale. I forget. Anyways, but his brother, right? Because he was the player, and the other guy was like the more upstanding, of the two. And now you got a guy who's gone completely pussed out. And if you go and you look at the situation, you look at the things and what's made the news about Prince Harry and Meghan Markle, and you look at what's going on with Will and Jada over, say, the last 10 years, you can see what's going on. You can notice I'm not a genius here. You can notice these patterns. All you got to do is be interested enough to go and say, oh, what was going on in 2015, right? So when I see this, I look at these guys and I go, these guys, Prince Harry and Will Smith, are the epitome of what's wrong with men today. So when you call me up, guys, a TradCon, whatever, if you want me to be on your podcast and you want to talk to me about the crisis of masculinity, or why is it that the marriage rates are so low, Rollo, or why is it that the fertility rates are below replacement, Rollo, or why is it that, men seem to be more manginas? Do you think it's phytoestrogens in the water? Why are their testosterone levels so low? Why are sperm counts so low? Is it soy? Are they soy boys? Oh, we need to teach men to man up. They're doing it in China. Wait, before you and I have that conversation, I want you to look at Will Smith and I want you to look at Prince Harry, because those guys are the banner wavers for this generation's masculinity. And remember, Will Smith is my generation. He is Gen X. He is not a millennial. He is Gen X. You look at Prince Harry. I guess he would be a millennial, right? And those guys are great exemplars of the vast majority of what's been going on in Western societies right now with men. And it's not about phytoestrogens, and it's not about declining sperm levels, and it's not about guys not getting into the gym. It's not all entirely about guys being overweight. It's not all of that. It's right here. They've been trained. That is the blue pill. For God's sake, get that into your head. Because if you're going to have a conversation with me about the crisis of masculinity, and Bill Maher says we need manly men. Yeah. Well, before we have that conversation, you need to accept the fact that we've been training these guys to man down for 4 generations, and now you want them to man up. And you know who the best examples of all this is, and being involved in all, work on the relationship, and Will Smith and Prince Harry. Those are your templates for really 2 generations, maybe I guess 3 now, of what's wrong with men. They exemplify what's wrong with masculinity. And again, I'm not disqualifying that there are phytoestrogens. I'm not saying that there's not a physical environmental component to it. There absolutely is. Okay. So don't come at me with the Rollo said that there's no such thing as phytoestrogens. Get the fuck out of here. I'm telling you right now. Okay. There are such a thing. Is a contributing factor. Absolutely. Soy, whatever's in our water. I don't know. Shit in the, whatever it is. Don't drink out of plastic bottles, right? Your wee will go down. You'll have ER or ED, right? Whatever. As a result of that. I'm not saying that the environment, there's not other things that are contributing to that. They are. But the main factor right now, and of course being overweight also contributes to a low testosterone and low, but we are sedating our boys, our men are sedating themselves with so many things, whether it's, prescription drug, whether it's opioids or weed, legalized weed. I'll say it again. not CBD, weed, THC, not CBD. Got it? Put down the edibles. Alcohol, right? People don't have a problem with that, right? If I say alcohol, oh yeah, that's a sedation. But if I say weed, legalize weed, there's a reason why it's legal now in most states. Pretty soon, I think federally it'll be legalized. And it has a lot to do with money. But there's that. Your addiction to porn. I don't even say addiction, your habit, your habituation to pornography. Yes, that's a sedation. For women, the sedation really could be considered social media, right? It's basically the equivalent of porn for women today. So that aspect. But like when we start complaining about like the crisis of masculinity or how come we don't have any, or is it weak men create bad times and bad times create strong men and strong men create good times and good times create weak men and weak men create bad times. And it just goes round and round and round in this circle. Right? I disagree. I don't think that cycle exists, to be honest with you. I think we would like to think that it does. Or I think we're hoping that it does. We're hoping that cycle exists. And what have I said about hope? Hope is just waiting around for someone else to do what already needs to be done. You just don't. You either are unwilling or unable to do it yourself. And you're hoping someone else is going to do what you think is the right thing to do, instead of you picking it up and getting off your ass and unplugging from your sedations and getting up and doing it. Until then, Will Smith is your king. He's literally the prince, right? The fresh prince of cuckdom, the fresh prince of simpery, the fresh prince of the blue pill. And then you've got Prince Harry, right? Who's owned by his wife too. Imagine the conversations that you're not seeing on Instagram that they don't put up. Imagine that. I remember when he gave up Prince Harry. I remember when he gave up his pheasant shooting, gave up his rifles, gave up your guns for your chick. Really? She doesn't like them. She doesn't want me to go kill her. I can't go out with my brother anymore to go to the royal pheasant hunt. Is that not your hot? Talk about giving up your passions. You want to know what you want to, if you want, gentlemen, if you want a surefire way to alienate and to lose any shred of respect for your that your wife ever had for you, or a girlfriend, or even women in general, start compromising things that you're known for, that you're like passionate about, your hobbies, your interests. Like, throw all that stuff away because she doesn't like it. If you think that that's the key to getting that girl to like you or to like make things better, I mean, hell, like, what is it? Will Smith here was just talking a minute ago about how he wanted to create this great 40th birthday experience, and it just blew up in his face. And why? Because he was doing that, because that's what his first instinct was. Oh, I want to make it good for you, baby. It's not about, first of all, it seems disingenuous to her, most like, especially a personality like hers, but it's also the fact that you're the kind of guy who would do that. Are you the kind of guy who would sell his guns because your wash out 30-something wife, who is now princess because of you, didn't like it? Would you? How many people? I wonder how many guys, and if you want to comment about this later on after the show's done, how many guys have compromised things that they really, really loved? And I mean, like, in a permanent way. Because really, that's what Will's acting out was. If he's going to go smack, he's got to do something, right? It wasn't, I got to do something to make this bitch happy. How can I make this bitch happy? I'm going to make her 40th birthday as best as it can be. Blows up in his face, right? Okay, how am I going to make this bitch happy? Oh, she's cheating on me with August Alsina. I know, I'll forgive her and be a willing cuckold as a result of that. And now we see that. Oh, and then guess what? Oh, well, we were in a marriage and then we're not in a marriage. Oh, how can I make her happy? Oh, now we're in a poly relationship. Now we're in an open relationship. Now, because I want to make her happy. At what point do you snap? At what point do you go, I'm out. This is not me. You are a fucked up individual, and you fucked me up as an individual, and I need to go fix myself. And the only way I'm going to do that is to suck the poison out, man. Pull the knife out of the wound. Strip the Band-Aid off. Don't pull it out little by little. Just get it off and get going. That's not where he's going to go. You're Will Smith, best actor. Why? Why would you put up with that unless your mindset has been that way since he was a small child, which is exactly what
Said this. You know how I'm a scientist, so everything is science for me.
Yes.
I read something when we first got together that the most successful men in history have been married.
Right.
Right?
Right.
And for me, I knew that I would squander my life if I was running around.
Yeah. Okay.
The way my mind works, I can only excel for a woman.
Wow. And there you have it, gentlemen. Somebody asked me about that. They said, Rollo, what do you think about the concept of the muse? Right. And the muse is just basically mythology. Okay. It's always like a sexy piece it's a nymph, right? It's a sexy piece of ass. That is your muse. And she's the reason why you excel and you like aspire to greatness, because you're looking for the approval and you're qualifying to your muse. And she's the one that gives you the inspiration. It's not you. You don't want to claim any responsibility for your greatness. You want to give it up to the muse. Like, what do they say? Like, behind every successful, powerful man, there's a wonderful woman, or there's a strong woman who's right there, supporting him, blah, blah, blah. You never hear the opposite. Kamala Harris is married. We don't hear about that. What's the new chick who's got for Jennifer something, the black woman that's now in the Supreme Court of the United States. She's married, I think, to a white guy too. We don't hear anything about that. What about her? God forbid you say something like that. God forbid you say, well, Kamala Harris, half of her success is because she's got a great marriage to her husband. Oh my God. Hell, they would probably cancel you on Twitter for suggesting such a thing. But guys, when they think that self-deprecation is the key to winning their woman's heart, or to make her happy, or to put her in the mood to want to bang you, right? By giving it up, by saying, oh, here's my better half, the little lady, happy wife, happy life. That's where that comes from. And in this case, he literally can't think of a good life or excelling and becoming more than he is without doing it for a woman, without having that woman in his life that goes, oh, good boy, which of course is this chick right here, right? It's Jada Pinkett Smith scolding him. That's the person who makes him a better guy. Really? That's the guy. That's the one. This chick right here.
Esther Perel is coming to the table. She's going to be at the red table. Would you say
don't
see one another?
My social media presence is my bread and butter. Okay. So you can't just use me for social media and not, don't just start roll. I'm standing in my house. Don't just start rolling.
This chick.
Please watch Esther at the red table, because she's helped us a lot. Can't you tell?
Yeah. Oh, wait, here we go. Right? That's your muse. That's who you can't live without. Let's put this back in here.
Like, I can't only excel for a woman.
Aww.
That's who you want to excel for. Really? That's who you're going to excel for? Cole, we're done with this foolishness. I caught his hand in the cookie jar. Esther, come and sort him out for me, please. That's who you want to excel for. Her. Really? When are you going to wake up? When are we going to pull you out of the matrix, my friend? When are you going to realize that your life for the last 25 years has been poisoned by this narcissistic bitch who is envious of your success? When you're excelling, you're trying to excel for her, she's there grinding her teeth that you won Best Actor. That's what's going on.
Like, I can't.
I think a lot of men are like that, though.
Yeah.
I think women are true motivators for men.
And the one thing
she's not
that
wrong.
I think has been the greatest motivator and asset for me with you is your absolute refusal to accept anything from me other than the best that I could possibly be.
Right, and vice versa.
Yeah, I remember.
Look at that face right there. Oh boy, mom's like, Now, do you compare and contrast that to the woman we just saw and when she was just talking about Esther Perel? Do you think that she's, oh, you know, he's not giving me his best, Esther. Come in here and sort him out. Wow. You know, let me explain something to you. I don't think I've brought this up on this show, but I have on other people's shows, I believe. Whenever I'm asked about like marriage counseling, I always kind of roll my eyes or kind of go smile through my laugh through my teeth. Because whenever somebody brings that up, like marriage counseling is usually like last stop before toll. And I stole that line from Tom Likas. Thank you very much. Wait, where is he? There you go.
Stump that bitch.
I stole that line. Sorry, Tom. It's last stop before toll. When you got to that point where you're doing, especially if you're, I mean, notice what happened, by the way, the Oprah conversation with Will Smith and the audio I gave, that screwed up audio I gave you. Also notice that who else has done something like that recently? Meghan Markle and Prince Harry. Exactly the guy I was just talking about, right? They want to apologize for it and they want their women to talk for them. Mommy's going to speak up. Okay. You just, and she even Meghan Markle at one point in that interview, she's like, no, you don't talk. I'm the one that's talking right now. What? Excuse me? Really? And I'll tell you the other thing is like when women see that happen, when they see the hand on the chest or the push away or the kind of like, the body language kind of thing, when women see that's some like women understand subcommunications all communications way better than most men do. But the subcommunication, the gestures, it's really it's kino, but the kino is like, please stop, please shut up, please be quiet. I'm the one that's speaking right now. Like she did that right in the middle. Like I think they were in like the garden of their house in like Beverly Hills or something like that. I looked at that. And I'm like, that would be it. That would be it. Like, bitch, you're out. Here's your shit. Put it out on the sidewalk. You're done. Because that is a complete lack. There's not even respect. There's certainly no admiration, but there's no respect in that. It's all about her. And this whole situation with Jada is all about her as well.
Me and mommy talk for hours.
My mommy.
In the morning. There's something about that first.
Wow. Okay. That was the end of that. Me and my mommy. Ooh. Speaking of mommy, here, I'll give you a good example of what I was just talking about. That's the body language that I'm talking about. Oh, Rollo, you're reading too much into this. No, this is a reflexive thing. Does that look like the same expression? Does that look like the same Jade? Like notice the hand on the thing that, by the way, that's what's known as the push away. Okay. When a woman has her hand on you and she's like, you're taking a picture and she's like this, she's here, let me pull this up. And she's like this on you, or she's got her hands like pushing you. Like if you're trying to like lean, like you'll notice that when, I hate to go all green line, red line on you, but like when women are, when you lean in and a woman's not like 100% like about you, or like there's something in her hindbrain that says this ain't the guy, but I got to pretend like this is the guy. That's when the body language changes, like just almost imperceptibly to most guys, but women understand. Like if there's a guy is like pushing you off, or you got a push right here, or it's like, it's a smile, but she's like this, but it's a smile. That's very similar to this. Okay. By order of degree. I'm not saying she's like trying to push him away. But that's this ain't the guy for me. And I think that's almost like it's iconic. And I think on a subconscious level, women get it. But that's not the same expression as this. Right? I'm done up for you, baby. Like this is the guy whose babies she wants to have. This is the guy who's footing the bill right here. Okay. Cut my hair. She's got alopecia. Well, okay, but I'll get a weave for this guy, but I will not get a weave for this guy. Right? I mean, look at the expressions there. Look at the smile. Look at the other one's like it's so forced. We've already seen this in the video itself. Now, of course, everybody, okay, go throw it at me. Give it to me. Oh, Rollo, that's the photographers. They posed them this way. Okay. Let's move on to this one now.
Grandmother taught me
about self-pleasuring because she wanted me to know that that pleasure was from me.
Exactly.
She didn't want me to fall into the hands of a man, and if he gave me pleasure, to think that that was him. Yeah. And she taught me at 9.
I need a sound drop of that. I don't even know who that chick is with the pink hair. Yeah. Somebody give me that. Actually, I could do it myself, I suppose. Oh, man. All right. I got to pull that one out of there. I'm going to pull this one out too. Now, before I move on to the next part of today's program, that right there is like, okay, now what's the most logical thing that people are going to say? Well, Rollo, she's damaged goods. She's damaged. There's something wrong with her. Clearly she has, like, even there, that pleasure comes from me. It's all about me, right? Okay, definitely narcissistic personality disorder. You could make a case for that. Other people have said that she's borderline personality disorder, and I disagree. I know I threw that in the description, but that was bait. Sorry. However, I would say she is definitely NPD, narcissistic personality disorder, which is she's all about her. And that what I think is funny is we have terms like NPD for women, or like people like get really upset when I like correlate borderline personality disorder with women. I've done that show before. I'm not going to belabor that one again, but the NPD, in fact, I did it about Meghan Markle, but Meghan Markle also NPD, and I'm possibly borderline, but I don't think Jada is, certainly not at her age right now, because Jada knows she can get with a guy like August Alsina. Right. She's a proven commodity, at least up here. Maybe not. Maybe, of course, maybe in reality she's not, and she's only getting older. Right. She's about to go. Yeah. Will, if you think things are bad right now, wait till she gets into menopause. If she's not already in menopause, wait till that happens, man. Is that gonna be what makes you snap? I've been at that. I've most definitely been at that stage. Like, what is it that will take? What will it take to make you snap? And I mean, like, lose your composure, be so pissed off that you're going to come to blows with somebody. Like, you're going to initiate the fight, right? You're not defending. That's one thing to defend yourself. It's another thing to get so pissed off that you're like, fuck it. Pow! Right? Disrespect. Keep my name out your effing mouth, right? That, what puts you to that point? I'm a very patient guy. Maybe it doesn't seem like on this show, but I'm actually a very patient guy. Right? To a fault almost. I mean, all the guys on Rule 0 will tell you the same thing. Like, I probably should have, called out a lot of people in the past that I didn't, especially with Rule 0 and my former podcast, right? That I probably should have, but I'm much more forgiving and I'm much more patient and stuff. But I do have a point. It's certainly not this point. It's certainly not Will Smith's point. But I have learned that at some point you have to have like people say, you have to have respect for yourself. Well, that respect means not putting up with that bullshit, not putting up with disrespect. Certainly not your son, daughter, whatever she is, he is, it is, rolling their eyes. Don't you roll your eyes at me. I'll slap those eyes right out your head. That's the attitude at that point. It's like, at what point do you go, you know what? I am worthy of respect. And you're disrespecting me right now. And if you keep it up, I'm going to go Chris Rock on your ass. At what point does that happen? When it happens as a result of being stressed and being pushed to that point and nagged to that point, especially when it's by somebody else. Like, when you lash out, not at the person, not at the source of your anxiety and your stress and your pain or whatever. When you lash out at somebody who is not the source of your and this could be men or women, right? But who's not the source of your pain or your anxiety. Let's just say anxiety, because I don't really want to call it pain, because then it sounds like woo woo. But the one who's like nagging you and giving you all this stress, and you're like, okay, the only way I can alleviate the stress is I can't directly confront the stress. I can't directly confront this person, because if I do, it conflicts with everything that my identity is about. Okay, in that case, I'm going to go whack Chris Rock, because it will at least seem like I have a flash of alpha. Now, flash of alpha. What is a flash of alpha? I wrote about this, and I believe I want to say it's in book 2. I want to say it's in Preventive Medicine. It might be in Positive Masculinity. No, it's in Preventive Medicine. I've called this the flash, the quote unquote flash of alpha. It goes hand in hand with vulnerability, for like male, quote unquote male vulnerability. When women say, "Oh, I think vulnerability in a guy is sweet, and I couldn't possibly have a relationship with a guy who wasn't vulnerable with me," and blah blah blah. Will Smith is very, very vulnerable, very, very into, he wants to wear his emotions on his sleeve. He wants to make everything right, to the point that the anxiety and who he's making things right for is the source of his anxiety. And he can't go against that, because to do so, would go against everything. Well, not everything, but like a majority of what contributes to his personality. His personality, as he was saying just a little while ago, is like when he was a little kid, he was all thinking about getting married and, I need a woman. I need a woman to be the focus and the center of my life. That is why Jada hates you, secretly has contempt for you. Now, I'm saying Jada and Will, but are you in a relationship? Are you in a relationship right now where that woman is contemptible? She just has contempt for you, and you don't know how to turn things around. I know that there's a lot of guys like that, particularly guys who are older, like guys who've been in a relationship or been in a marriage for, umpteen years. And they're usually in sexless relationships, and they come to me and they say, "Rollo, I don't want to get divorced, but I want to learn games so I can make her come back to me." Right? What's it going to take to turn her around? What's it going to take to make her want to bang me like we used to when I was, 27 and, when things were better. Sex was so much greater when we were single, and now we hardly ever have it because she's had 2 babies, and then you start she's living a tough life and she's got a lot of work to do, and you start like making apologies and excuses and explicating everything you can possibly do to explain away why you haven't banged your wife in probably like 4 or 5 years. And you're sitting there, and you know what? And you will stay stuck in that cycle because you go, "Oh, well, she won't fuck me, so I'm just going to jerk off to porn." Right? Until things get so bad that you go, "Oh, well, I would rather have the real thing than the virtual thing. So Rollo, help me out here." Well, the problem is that ship has sailed. And the reason for that is she has a preconception of you, and Jada most definitely has a concrete set in the holy tablets of, Mount Sinai, etched into stone, her perception of what and who Will Smith is. He is a chump. He's a beta, blue pill, simp chump who will do anything. He is a slave by his own will, by his own volition. He has no authority, and he doesn't even pretend or wouldn't even think about taking any kind of authority over her, the family, or whatever, which is exactly what she's needed for a long time. Certainly, even as far back as when they were actually getting married. That's when he needed to step up. That's when, if they were going to get married and she was, I guess, magically pregnant, I just knew it. Like, if that's the case, that's when you have to step in and say, "I'm the man in this relationship. You're the woman in this relationship. I'm going to be the one who's going to protect you, provide for you, take care of you, everything else." He was just saying, "I'm going to be the best I could possibly be." Successful men are married, right? Right. Unless they're married to a shrew, unless that woman has no respect for that man. How many successful men had wives who were shrews? How many say, "Oh, throughout history, I'm a scientist and I read the history books about marriage." That's how into marriage you are? That sounds like you're a bitch. That's a female way of thinking about things. I'm going to quote the Rational Male, the holy tome of red pill, the red pill religion, right? Women can only ever be a complement to a man's life, never the focus of it. And when she is the focus of it, you get Will Smith. When she is the focus of it, you get Prince Harry. How many other guys do you know who are like that? You can probably rattle off a few right now. They made their wives their mission, not their mission, right? I should probably throw that up. I could give you the one of, I think it's is it the first law or is it second or third? I'm not sure, but the commandments, the 16 commandments of Boone by Royce. I'm not even going to call him Hearties, but by Royce. And one of those is you have to make your mission, not your woman, the focus of your life. And once you do, she will no longer be in your life. And I'm sure that the only reason Jada's sticking around right now is because, she could make money and she could divorce him and take the money. And I fully expect that's going to happen at some point. And that's when you're going to see Will Smith really loses shit. But if your woman is the focus of your life, then what do you have? What are you? Your muse? She's the one, put her on this. Your muse doesn't give a rat's ass about you. She gives a rat's ass about her Instagram. She gives a rat's ass about the association that she has with you. That's the unspoken truth about the power behind the throne, right? About behind every successful man, there's a strong woman, right? Yeah, you know what that strong woman's doing? She's grinding her teeth, envious of you that you won Best Actor. She's, throwing out pithy little Confucius say, tea leaf, new age bullshit on her Instagram to be her, her catharsis for the fact that she's envious of you. That's why. And for no one else would Jada Pinkett Smith do this. Anyway, they are trapped in this negative feedback loop that it will be next to impossible to get out. Certainly for him. That's why he goes to Oprah. Oprah, please make me feel better. I'm a mommy. It's like Oprah's his mom. Meanwhile, you've got, Jada, hey, Esther Perel, come over here and talk to this guy in your Austrian accent. Okay, let me get to these real quick. Strail says that whole video is Jada emasculating Will and shaming him publicly. Yes. But why? Okay. But why? Why would she want to do that? I'm starting to think she is legit a narcissist. Oh, most definitely. She's MPD, narcissistic personality disorder. Go look it up. It's in the DSM. In a clinical sense, Will looks defeated and she is proud of it. Yes, she is. She doesn't want him to be Best Actor. She is envious of his talent and his drive. And she's envious of his career, who he is. She literally wants to be Will Smith. But at home, she knows who the real Will Smith is. And he's the guy who will put up with that crap, will put up with her mouthing off, who will put up with his, Willow rolling its eyes at whatever he's saying, trying to pretend to be one of the girls. By the way, it's no shock that, if Willow decides, if she's whatever is transgender, I don't even know what the hell to call it right now. But very effeminate, clearly. It's, to me anyways, it's this want to be like mom. Mom's powerful. I want to talk like mom. I'm not gay. I'm just trans, right? I want to be like Gammy, right? I want to be in that club. I want to be one of the girls. Can you imagine why? Why is that? Well, because she's definitely the most dominant personality in there. And I'm sure she made an impression on, is that what I have to do to be powerful and more like mom? Then that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to turn into mom. That's a woman who is regretting getting pregnant by a man she does not want. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You're goddamn right.
A lot have experienced that. Hope that motivates men to keep pushing for greatness. Remember what I said about hope? Let's see. I'm trying to catch up. Oh, you think I'm swole today? I did get to the gym actually this morning. So should I be like Johnny Bravo? Only it isn't be like Johnny Bravo on this show. Maybe for Halloween, I'll be Johnny Bravo. Magnus. Will's whole family is in Jada's frame. Will has no frame. Yeah. Well, thank you. That's actually a very astute observation. Thank you. Go to the head of the class.
Hello there, children. How's it going?
Go to the head of the class, Magnus. Because this is an excellent illustration of a loss of frame. And I would argue this, knowing what I know about like Will talking about, I need a woman in my life to like be fulfilled. And I need a woman in my life to like kick me in the ass to greatness kind of thing. I need a woman to be the focus of my life, not a compliment to it. Right. That right there is abdication of frame before you even get into a position where you have a woman to come into that frame. It's what I've called pre-whipped. Okay. Pussy whipped, right? Pre-whipped. You're already whipped by the woman that you don't even know. The girl who will be your girlfriend, the girl who will be eventually your wife, whatever. You are already of the mindset and you're pre-whipped or prepared to abdicate frame, to play egalitarian. We're going to be equal partners, right? You have no aspirations or not even like I said, an afterthought of masculine authority. And by the way, that's where that authority comes. That's when I talk about men don't have authority. This is a prime example of it. It's not that men can't step up and take the authority. They can, but we have systematically engendered in men, conditioned into men for the last 4 generations that it's wrong for them to even want to take any kind of authority in that in intersexual relationships, right? It's wrong for them to want to take that authority. Now, business or, whatever outside of that, okay, that's one thing. But when you're dealing with women, some of the guys, you want to know why some of the guys who are the most alpha guys that you've ever known, whether it's in business or the military or MMA fighting or whatever it is, the guys who you say, that dude's alpha, but his wife owns his ass. That's what I mean about being pre-whipped. It happens here. You're defeated. You can have live ammunition shot at you and on deployment, and still be still be with Will Smith, and still have that beta mentality, and not say, well, I have authority and I command this squad of guys on the field, but when I come home, she's the boss. Yeah, that's the mentality, and so therefore, like you're basically abdicating frame in one context, but you demand it. Like almost like a petulant child, you demand respect and you demand authority in another arena. Why? Why would you not do that in your relationships? Why would you not do that in your family? Especially if you're making $350 million, you are Will F. Smith, and you have every right to claim that authority. But he won't, because long ago, when in his formative years, somebody told him it's wrong, Will, to want to lord over women and to domineer them and to take authority. You should play even Steven. It's all about egalitarianism. It's all about the blank slate. It's all about social constructionism. And if we could just have a better world and learn to, not to hate and not get up and get rid of this toxic masculinity, right? That's what he absorbed in his youth. And here we are at what? He's as old as I am. So he's 53, 54, right? Yes, most definitely. I'm glad you brought up frame. That is an excellent observation, sir. Son Goku. Son Goku. Wait, I got to give you this one.
Flawless victory.
There you go. I know it's a different franchise. The reason why Jada acts the way she does is because Will does not believe in divorce. Even in his first marriage, his wife had to divorce him. Yeah, he did. I remember that. And then also, and I did not get this clip, and I really wish I had. Somebody sent this to me, and I did not save it. I wish I had. Someone sent me an old clip of him being interviewed, and it might have been about the same time that was going on with like the August Alsina thing. And he said, there's nothing, I'm paraphrasing, but he said this to the interviewer. He said, there's nothing that Jada could do that would make me want to divorce her or make me want to like love her less or make me not want to be, involved. And there's nothing unconditional, right? There's nothing she could do. And I'm looking at that. I'm going, wow. And that, you want to know why all of this, by the way, leads up to the slap, because this is a guy who wants authority. He wants respect. And so he thinks that the way he's going to get it, or admiration, the way he thinks, because everybody sees him on the red table. They see his family. They see the clusterfuck that is his family, right? They see that whole thing and they go, wow, Will's really, especially in the last like couple of years, Will's really not the guy that I thought he was. Oh man, that's what his situation's like? That's what his kids are like? He's on the red table talk and he's trying to, apologize. He's trying to apologize to the audience of the red table for Jada, or helping her anyways. He's certainly enabling her to apologize for cheating on him, which is public knowledge now. And then suddenly it's, we're in an open relationship. And people go, wow, Will's really kind of a cuck. Will's really kind of a beta. He's really kind of a simp. And they're right. But they see that. And I can't imagine that. Remember what he was just saying a minute ago, social media is my bread and butter, PR, whatever. He was just saying that a second ago. So he does see this stuff, and he does see, I'm sure he has, I don't know that, maybe his finger on the pulse of Twitter or Instagram or whatever. I don't know personally, but clearly he understands that, that he just said it himself. It's his bread and butter. So he probably gets the idea that a lot of people see him as kind of like a simp and a chump and a cuckold, cuckold. And so they see that and they go, well, clearly he's going to have to, oh, you want me to put that? Sorry. Yeah, you're right. Thanks for reminding me. Okay, let's put this back on there. Hold on. Yeah. Actually, I put this one on there. There you go. Now you can get the Red Pill Lions Twitter that's on there. Discord server. Get on it. redpilllions.com. Coming up soon. We're minting on May 1st. I'll talk about that in just a minute, though, because I know Kevin's going to ride me here. I wanted to get you guys. I'll do it at the top of the hour. We're almost at 2 hours here. But anyways, damn it. Don't ruin my train of thought, Sammy. Okay, here we go. This is what it was. Okay, so yeah. And he was saying, that he's basically a ride or die girl for any girl that's going to be like, that's going to fill the role of his quote unquote muse. And when somebody asked me about the Muse thing, somebody asked me about that on the last live cast that I did. Was it when I was in the hotel last week? Somebody said something about the Muse, and I said, you know what, the myth of the Muse is probably next in order of importance when it comes to like the soulmate myth. Oh, I can't live without her. I can't live without her. Oh, you like that? Bro. Dude, you want me to give you my workout program? I'll give you my workout program. The myth of the Muse is all that is placing that woman as putting her back on the pedestal. Oh, Dave Franco, what did you say? If you abolish child support, alimony, and welfare, women would start act right quick. Would they? Would they? I don't know. I don't know about that. Oh wait, that laugh goes with this laugh. Back to back. Yeah, I mean, people have talked about that too. If you eliminate those things, then it eliminates people will say it would eliminate the need for abortion if women didn't think they could get a meal ticket out of a guy. Yeah, now that's certainly an incentive. I'm not going to lie. I'm also talking with John McGillian. Oh, hey, there you are. Rollo. Did Rollo go over her emotionally abusive clip already when she recorded him upset? Oh, you mean?
So, Will, stay.
Allie, we've been talking about that the whole show. Are you kidding? The emotionally abusive. Is that emotional abuse? Do you think do you think that this is emotional abuse?
To the table. She's going to be at the red table.
They're taking it.
Would you say she has been instrumental?
I think he's used to it. Because after a while, certainly after 25 years of marriage, he's just like, this is just like his thing. I know, like on some level, it kind of rubs him the wrong way because he's like, I don't put my face on there, bitch. Don't. And he's unwilling to push back against that because he has that preconception of like, well, I gotta work on my marriage, gotta work on myself. I'd be a better person if I was better for her. At this point, his participation in this betatization makes me think Jada must have some severe dirt on Will. Do you think? Well, clearly she does. I mean, she's lived with the guy. She knows what his farts smell like, for crying out loud. All right. I don't know. I will tell you this though. One thing, I'm glad you brought that up because one thing that I had to deal with when I did the first 2 Will Smith videos was people kept saying, oh, well, Will Smith's secretly gay. I don't think so. I don't think that, okay, after who wants to lay money that after the divorce that's probably incoming soon. Let's be honest here. After the divorce, do you think he goes and gets with a dude? I don't think he gets with a dude. In fact, I think he probably gets with another mommy. He's already remarried once before, but I mean, he was young when that happened. But he wants to confess his soul. He wants comfort. He wants a mommy is what he wants. And Jada ain't going to be that. Jada wants to be Tupac's bitch. She wants to be August Alsina's bitch. Again, she would, by the way, Jada would not be the same person, the damaged NPD person she is, had she not spent the last 25 years with Will Smith. Okay. Who she is right now, her personality and everything that has sort of like made her the queen dragon lady of this whole affair, all of that contributes to that is part and parcel of having lived with a guy like Will Smith for as long as she has. And she's like, oh, we're in an open relationship. Oh, no, we're not. Oh, I cheated on you. Oh, no, I didn't cheat on you. Because she runs the show. Everything's about healing. And it's like, let me apologize. The only reason she brought him on the red table in the first place was because she needed his help to clear her name. Kind of like another young lady, 30 going on 12 that I know. Right? She needed somebody to come in there and sort of absolve her of her sins. Like essentially, Will was her confessor, your husband, because she's not. Do you think they're fucking? Do you honestly think Jada Pinkett Smith and Will Smith are fucking? Because I sure as hell don't. In fact, she said as much. She said, like, oh, he doesn't satisfy me. But she said that too. That's what I did the second show about. She said as much to Gwyneth Paltrow on Gwyneth Paltrow's version of the Red. Does any does any celebrity woman not have her own channel these days? She might have some dirt on him though. I wouldn't rule that out, but I don't think it's a blackmail situation. She is literally saying in front of the children and Will that she was not happy to have his children. Yeah. Will has not recognized that he is worthy. I think you mean unworthy. Yeah. She wanted to, like, Tupac, and maybe like you could make a case for August Alsina, but like certainly Tupac, like she would be a completely different person in 2022 had Tupac lived and they got married. We wouldn't even have this conversation. Like she would just have been Jada Pinkett Smith, and she probably would have had, I would say, a different career as a result of that too. Because that was the guy whose babies she wanted to have she wanted to have. Will's probably not. I still think Will needs to, I don't know what his oldest boy is. He really needs to go get a DNA test, especially after seeing that. That's red pill. That's my red pill lens kicking in. And I can't believe anybody hasn't caught that. Did somebody else catch that? Like she's like saying like, woo, I read the tea leaves and the chicken entrails and I think I'm pregnant. Bitch, I just nutted. What are you talking about? Right? Well, I think I am. Because it came to you in a dream? Because God just, I like to think I'm good in bed, but God just came to you and told you that you're pregnant right now? No, she knew. She just magically knew. Yeah. The only reason women are saying stuff like that is not because they have some, they read the tea leaves. It's because some guy already knocked them up and she's trying to set the stage for him. God, how do you not see that? I don't know. Maybe I'm jaded. Maybe I'm just bitter and red pill, right? Will has the male mindset from the early 1900s. Try the late 20th century too. Dealing with a modern day Western woman this was bound to fail. I don't know, man. They're holding it up as a banner marriage, right? Yeah, there you go. Thank you for bringing this one. Eva Mendes and Ryan Gosling. Yep. Jada would have been Eva Mendes and Tupac would have been Ryan Gosling. I didn't want to have babies. The idea of having things grow inside of me is just disgusting. I can't, it's like alien, Oh, I don't agree with the whole marriage paradigm. I don't agree with the construct of marriage, blah, 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 until Tupac comes in and like you're having spontaneous orgasms just from the thought of him. Get the fuck out of here. I don't care how feminist you are. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? What can you do? Christian. Hey, man. I was 20 years in and became the supreme alpha simp. Okay. Explain yourself, sir. As a guy man, I'm a guy man. I had 90% of responsibility and maybe 10% of authority, which is more than most guys have today. Getting out with out of this without a massive RP rage was a hard struggle indeed. Well, good for you. I'm glad you're out of it though. Maybe is your life better, Christian? I presume it is because you're watching with us. Oh, wait, here you go. It's a good thing you got out of it. I am catching up because I let things get away. What? Keep in mind, this is who he left his ex-wife for. Yeah. Actually, she divorced him though, right? I don't know. Let's see. Keep going. I might have to go look at Sammy. Thanks for archiving today. I really appreciate it, particularly because there's a lot of people today. Oh. What time is it? Okay, we're almost at the 2. Sam, Rollo, I hope he doesn't end up like Robin Williams. There's another shining example of a very famous, very funny and very tragic, honestly. Now people I hate this because you can't talk about shit like this without people going, well, he was depressed. He had clinical depression. Yeah, from what 4 wives who were riding him, and he had to do every next movie so that pay off his alimony. It was stupid to get married, right? I mean, you think after the first one you were like, but that meant, again, that blue pill mentality will stick with you the rest of your life. And I put this in the description, by the way, is what happens in the long term if you don't kill the beta? What happens to a guy who gets into his 70s and gets to a point where his entire identity is based on the choices and the decisions he made because he had a blue pill mindset? And because he thought, okay, well, I married this girl, and the only way that I'm going to be able to earn her respect and have sex with her is to make a shit ton of money. Because as soon as I make a lot of money, then she'll turn the pussy spigot back on. That is not what the reason why she's not fucking you. She's not fucking you because you don't take authority, because she doesn't respect you. She has no admiration for you. She'll be happy to use you. She'll be happy. She loves the beta buck side of everything. I'm dead certain of that. She loves the provision, the 3 Ps, the provisioning, the protection, monetarily speaking, and parental investment if you have kids. Right? If you don't have kids, well, money's money, right? Well, she fucks me when I get a big fat hairy paycheck. Oh, well, let's go make more money. That must be the key to getting sex, right? Transaction. If that's the case and that's where your brain is at, you should come to Nevada. We're 30, 45 minutes away from Mound House. I will take you to the Bunny Ranch. I'll take you to the Mustang Ranch. I'll take you wherever you want to go. And it won't cost you nearly as much. Go get the book of numbers from Aaron Clary. It won't cost you nearly as much as a marriage would. Certainly not, and certainly less than a divorce would. And you get to choose which girl you want, and they will love you long time. Yeah, Robin Williams, man, that hit me hard too, because I like Robin Williams, by the way. Fun fact about Robin Williams. Robin Williams used to play Warhammer 40,000. He was one of and by the way, Henry Cavill, dude, if you're watching, please get in touch with me. I want to do a painting show with you. A miniature painting show. That dude is cool. That guy is like the gamer girl, geek girls, like highest God Lord Emperor fantasy, because he is hot and he's a nerd. He's like a closet nerd. But also Robin Williams was too. And so that's I've always liked Robin Williams. He's just a funny guy, right? But just that was one little extra added thing that I thought made him really cool. And then I was like, oh man. Brad Norleen. Will is married to an ideal. He is a victim of his own mindset. Yeah. Thank you. Pretty much what I've been saying. Let me catch up. There's some more in here. Jada's avoidance of marriage structure is just a way for her to have plausible deniability for her lack of accountability. Okay. Structure allows for objective observation. Jada's enemy. Well, and it's also, by the way, that's what you just said. Objective observation. It's also Will's enemy too, because the moment they go and say, this is some fucked up shit, and she goes, yeah, this is some fucked up shit, that's when, and you could actually take some action as a result of that. Because right now, I think a lot of people wanted to say that Will Smith, he shouldn't have smacked Chris, blah, blah, blah. I think what's funny is, and I noticed this in the Black Manosphere, so just bear with me for a moment. But when I did the video, the initial video, thinking it was staged, and I still half think it is, but when I did the initial video, I had people saying, "Well, you're an old white guy. You don't know what black culture is like." It's like, okay, I don't have firsthand experience, but I do know when somebody's posting up on me. Okay. I have been in actual fights. I have been in actual fist fights. Okay. I played in clubs. I played in bands in the late 80s, early 90s. Man, I've been in fights, trust me. But it's not even so much that it's what I thought was very ironic is the same people who were saying, oh, he's just being a cuck. He's just simping. He's just whatever. He's trying to lash out because he's trying to impress Jada. Because if he went up there and, let's just be honest, Chris Rock's kind of a soft target in the sense, not his brother, by the way. I saw that video, Chris Rock's brother. But, maybe Jada drove him to that point. Maybe that was the last straw. Like I said, what will it take to make you snap? And apparently that was it. But when that guy does snap and everything happens in the aftermath, it's amazing to me that the same people who are given fresh so much shit for backing out of like a fight or whatever with Preach from Abba and Preach way back in August, those same people were saying, oh, he shouldn't have hit him, man. You never want to resort to violence. Well, he'll take the high road. Get the fuck out of here. Just like the 4 or 5 months, 6 months, 7 months ago, you were like you were all up his ass for like backing out of that fight. And isn't that what he was supposed to do? Get the fuck out of here. Oh my God. Yeah, I agree with you though. Let's see. Emmanuel Dark. Despite the naysayers, that slap wasn't staged. Look at those pics of Chris Rock after the Oscars, and Rock's body language shows deep emotional hurt. Yeah, well, potato, tomato. It could be like you want to know the basic facts? We're never going to know. We're not supposed to know. We're supposed to focus on other shit like we are right now. This TMZ shit. And by the way, I again, fault me for this too, but like, I think a lot of guys, when they see something like that, they go, no, that wasn't staged. Look, here's the slap. I mean, they're making a science. Like, okay, here's the angle from behind. Here's the follow through. He was a sissy slap, right? And they just run through. Oh, and he took stage fighting, and everybody becomes this freaking like forensic scientist to analyze whether it was fake or it's not. The fact of the matter is, it's like the ratings were low. If it's staged, it's not about like the actual semantics of it. It's why would it happen in the first place? That's the question people don't ask. I don't care about like whether he, knows Jeet Kune Do or something like that. I don't care. It's why would it? What follow the money, and then why would it have happened in the first place? That's really what you're getting at. It looked real to me, but what do I know? It's on TV. Let's see. What else do I got here? I got to put this up. Yes, you are right. Go to the head of the class. That was a good one. Yes, this is the generation. Soy boy generation. What was this? Hold on. I'm trying to look at, I'm trying to give you guys like a moment in the sun here. Okay, this is not a super, but this is pretty good. Will is in love with his image, not Jada. I think he's in love with the idea of what he would like Jada to be, right? He explained that in his book. Jada hates the idea of living through a character lease of Will. Yeah, that's definitely evident. That's why it's problems. She's purposely pissing him off. Yeah, because... And here's why I think I agree with you. Here's why I think you're right, is because she's now at an age where she's definitely out of the Hollywood cycle. People don't, unless she wants to get a role as an elderly black woman, bald sorcerer in the next Lord of the Rings spinoff, right? Unless that happens for her. And I'm not saying, there's actually some old actors who know what they're doing and they fill the role pretty well. But most likely she's not going to be in the roles that she probably wished she could have been in, were it not for her giving birth to not one kid, but 3 kids with Will. So if she was like opposed to the idea of being pregnant and married, she sure had a weird way of saying it when she had 2 more kids after the first. Let's see. I like that one. Yes. All you need is red meat. I like red meat, but you already knew that. Rollo, I believe the slap was an Archduke Ferdinand moment. Really? That started World War I, where it caused a major impact around the world and a plausible cultural shift in the state of masculinity in marriage. Well, I will say this, because I even watched Patrick Bet David, and I think Adam Sosnick did a quick video about this too. When I was watching the Valuetainment coverage of the slap heard around the world, it certainly reinforced everything everybody wanted to talk about. Well, it's a crisis of masculinity. Was that a masculine slap? Was he being out? Was he an alpha when he did that, or was he a beta when he did that? And when you've got like people on MSM, or you got people on EV Magazine, or what is the blog, EV blog, or like Huffington Post or Jezebel, or God, I mean, everybody jumped right on top of that. Me too. Guilty as charged. I did it. I had to, because if I didn't, and if this was my first coverage, or maybe like last week was my first coverage of this, I'm glad I kind of held off a little bit longer. But if this had been if I hadn't jumped on it the very next day that it happened, people, Rollo, we're way beyond that. We're past that right now. Forget that. Well, nobody cares what you think, you old white guy. That's what it wouldn't been like. I'm kind of glad we're getting here, because again, I want to focus on not on people. It's easy to say, oh, Jada's just damaged. She's nuts, whatever, MPD. Okay. That's not what today's show about. It's about Will. It's about Will's setup, his mentality, his mental schema, I guess schemas, his savior schema for sure. The idea that he needs a quote unquote muse, the idea that he can't be successful, or he won't excel unless he's got some chick to excel for. So ultimately he is not, I mean, this is the message I get, is that ultimately he is not responsible for his success. She is. And maybe that's sort of like this give and take, because like she's clearly envious of him, clearly envious that he got a Best Actors award, clearly envious of his career, clearly envious of all this stuff. And so what does she do? She spends the 25 years they've been married to undermine him psychologically and certainly publicly now. And she put a lot of, and maybe she doesn't even realize she's doing it. I mean, maybe she does now, but certainly not when she started. Maybe she didn't even realize that she was trying to do that. Like my wife, if you guys have ever met my wife, anybody who's ever met my wife, you will notice, like Sterling and Justin Waller and Tom Av and a few other people, a few select people have met my wife. If you've ever met my wife, you'll notice that she is always like looking up to me. She's always asking me stuff. She's always like, I'm saying she's beholden to me, but she's just like, she likes me. She is admires me. She likes being around me. Right. In fact, she gets upset when I'm in here doing this. Right. She gets upset when I'm like spending like hours on end writing the next book, because it's like, I really want to go to the lake with you. I really want to do this with you. I want to do it. And it's like this. It's like I'm glad. I'm happy that I have that. By the way, my marriage is effortless. I don't have to, I'm not a product of this endless churn of, oh, we got to fix this. We got to do this. I need to be a better person. You're in charge of your happiness. I'm in charge of your happiness. No, I'm not. I'm in charge of my happiness. Blah, 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 blah. I have never in 25 and a half years of marriage ever had that conversation with my wife. It has never been necessary to. Is that because I'm a badass? No, it's not. It's because I understand her nature and I understand my nature. I understand. I'm red pill aware. I am the game. I understand that stuff. And I say, okay, these are the rules. This is the operating system. And that's what I'm going to go. That's all I do. And as a result, a very successful success. What is successful marriage, right? I mean, I've had a very, I don't have to work on my relationship. Oh, you got to work on it. Anytime a girl, and by the way, anytime your wife, God forbid, guys, if you have a wife, if you're married or you got a girlfriend and she introduces you and blah, 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 if she's talking with her girlfriends or she's for whatever, if she says, we're working on a relationship, rest assured, you're working on the relationship. She is not working on the relationship. Women don't bring that up if they are actually working on the relationship. It's, oh, well, he is who he is, but he's getting better. Yeah. This was pretty good. I don't think it was quite the World War I initiating moment, but your point made there, Mark. Thank you. Also, gosh, you should go watch the 6 that I did with Femme Sapien, Allie here, and Donovan and Devin and Janelle and Pearl was on as well. And we talked about the stabbing of the influencer, the white girl who stabbed the black guy who was her boyfriend or whatever. They were in Miami. We got into the nuts and bolts of that, but like when I was watching that, I think there's like this want to read it into like being an Arch Ferdinand moment. Like, oh my gosh, a white girl, stabbed this black guy and he's dead now. And it's like, yeah, if it was in any other year, if it was an election year, it might've been a bigger deal. And especially because it's a chick and she's going to play the self-defense card. She's going to play whatever card she can possibly get. She'll probably get off scot-free and the guy's dead. So I think that's the bigger story. Let's see. You know what? You wrote a lot. Let me put that up there. The rational male. I think sedation is real and women desire to be challenged a lot for some odd reason. No, it's not odd reason. It's because she's determining whether or not you're strong enough and worthy enough and powerful enough to protect her and her children or future children. And they actually respect feelings over logic. So because I emotionally wanted a nude, I got it. Really? Don't send one back. That's all I'm saying. All I'm going to say is Jada the reason why he declined the Matrix? Good question. Because she didn't. She played Niobe. In fact, that's the only role I know her in. And by the way, I was reading some of these articles, and one of these articles is saying, "Oh yeah, Niobe or what was it? Jada Pinkett Smith, star of the Matrix movie." Oh, what? She's definitely not the star of the Matrix movies. Did the author's name get Agent Smith because he represented the resistance of the system? Oh, wow. Yeah, that's right. Agent Smith, Will Smith. No. No. Although you never know. Was it the Wachowski brothers or the Wachowski sisters now? Maybe there's a connection. Oh, what is this? What did you say? Javier. Rollo, I've been watching your videos for a bit now, and I've listened to the Rational Male twice. Oh, the book, Rational Male twice. It's good. Oh, well, time to move on to some other ones. It's good that you do these streams on Sunday. It's nice content to have in the background. Now take my sub. Okay, I will. Please. Thank you. Thank you for subbing. Yes, he is.
She's not a Christian.
Yep. All right. I got some other things for you here. Don't go away. We got more to go, more to party with. Sean Moore. We're only halfway through. Sean Moore. Well, more than halfway through. Can you elaborate a bit on the concept of flashes of alpha? Okay, coming back to that. That's actually what I was going to get to. Does it apply to a woman? And when a woman ends the relationship and man doesn't get upset by it, instead he actually agrees and goes his separate way. I will answer that here in just a second. We'll come back to that. Flashes of alpha. Yeah, that's in the description too. Rollo, what's the reason behind society media wanting to feminize men and promote a gynocentric social order? I think that it is, I got asked that, by the way, when I was with Robert Kiyosaki last weekend. Again, I don't think it's some nefarious, like, outside force. Okay. I think that when we look at a gynocentric social order was the natural progression from, hormonal birth control, the sexual revolution, and everything that came in the wake of that. Okay. The putting women into the workforce, putting women into colleges, wasn't that a good idea? Well, you tell me. It's 2022 and here we are, right? I'll let you be the one to judge and decide that, but you can't argue with the stats. Okay. So when we look at the rise of no fault divorce, we look at the increase in divorces and then the drop off because of the lowest marriage rate in history, 5.1 per 1,000, by the way, not 6.1. I thought it was 6.1. And that's insane, right? It's insane. And the lowest fertility rate, women literally don't need men today. Okay. So what's the reason behind society and media wanting to feminize men? Well, first of all, a weakened masculinity or demasculinized men, or even just men who are confused about what masculinity is and don't know their role are far less likely to presume or to pretend or to aspire to any kind of authority or any kind of greatness. That's where you want me to go with this anyways, right? I mean, you want me to tell you, though, it's got to be some nefarious plot by the Rockefellers or the elves or, and again, did they create feminism? Did they create this? No, they didn't, but they're more than willing to exploit that social trend. There are a lot of people along the way who have exploited exactly that. Every damn multinational corporation has picked up on that. So let's see, keep going. A little more. I got to get rid of you guys. I got to flush out the last of these. Do I want to put them on screen is the question. No. Gosh, you guys are very active. Oh, there we go. I just passed one. There we go. Is that? Technological chaos. Don't be surprised that Will won't be alive in 2 to 4 years. Also, Jada and the children included in some dark freak accident. You said it, not me, man. I just work here. Derek, love the show. How does one arrange a one-on-one consultation with you? Well, 2 ways, actually. You can be patient and wait for me to finish up the 5th book and release the 5th book, because as soon as I do that, I'm going to start taking one-on-one consultations. Or you can go to the Discord server, the Red Pill Alliance Discord server. The link, which is the real link because people were having trouble with it last time, is right there in the description. Go join the Discord. That's an invite link. So go join that. Go join the Discord server. If you want to, get on the white list, see what everything's about. That is now my home Discord server. So if you want to find me on Discord, that's where you look for Rollo Tomassi. I will be on the Red Pill Lions Discord server, and we are minting our first Red Pill specific NFT, and it is coming out it's minting on May 1st. If you want to get on the whitelist, you can do that on the Discord server as well. And then, well, why is Rollo telling you this? Well, because one of the utilities and one of the things that I'm giving away, or I'm going to be giving away, is one-on-one consultations as a result of joining and getting on the whitelist and everything else. You have a chance, right? But I mean, if you want to talk to me on there, you certainly can. And so I'm doing that to sort of encourage participation and people getting onto the Discord server. Right now, it's actually exploding. I was quite impressed with how many people had just joined off the jump there. So that's what's going on. In fact, it seems like a really good time to drop this here. So bear with me. Here we go. My philosophy when it comes to money is that money is really just a currency, right? That's why I call it currency, and it's like an electrical current. What are you going to do with this current? And that's really the utility in a NFT. It is an NFT with an intent and a purpose behind it.
The lion is a symbol of the masculine frame. There's nothing silly in their facial expressions.
The symbolism of frame, the symbolism of game, the symbolism of masculinity. We intend to show the world these things still have value, literally.
There you go. That's in a nutshell. We're doing the NFT will be coming out on May 1st. That's when the drop happens. And we are using the proceeds for this to do red pill stuff. Okay. So it's not like a money grab. It's not a rug pull. We're here for the duration. I would not do this if I was not committed to this. So we are going to do this. And again, if you want to get in, now's the time to get in, especially on the Discord server. If nothing else, just go to the Discord server and join the Discord server and get in the conversation. You can always get me on Twitter. You can always throw a DM at me in Instagram. But if you want me live in real time, you can go to the Discord server and I'm right there. So if you want to arrange a one-on-one consultation, part of the utilities that we're doing, one of the the tangible benefits, let's just say, of the NFT is that's going to be one. I'm also going to get in some conversations. Also, if you don't want to do that, you can always join my Patreon, which is just look up the Patreon is in the links in the description as well. I have a $200 tier there. You get that once a month. And that is a 2-hour Zoom conference call between me and now I think we have 16 guys that are at that tier. And you can ask me questions and the guys are there. It's just a community and we have a live and real time thing going on a Zoom channel. I will probably be doing something similar on the Discord at some point, but I am also offering one-on-one consultations for people who get on the whitelist. So do check that out. And then also you'll also see the other tangible benefits. We've got some other things coming up. I think it might be a drawing or something. I'm not entirely sure. I think it's we're going to fly some people out to the CME. That's going to be one. And you'll get to go out there. What else do we have? I'm trying to think the other shit that we have going on. That was one. We have some other tangible. You actually just go to the Discord server and you'll see what all the tangibles are. So do check that out. So one-on-one with me, probably the easiest way is to go to that Discord server. Okay, Paul, let's get going here. According to the CDC, women aged 25 to 34 had the highest number of HIV diagnoses. Really? Date younger women. Where at CDC? For what year? I want to see that. Somebody email me those links. HIV, really? Thank you for that. Super sticker. I think it's a sticker. Thank you for your contribution, my friend. His last son is Jaden. Oh, okay. His daughter is Willow. Daughter. Both have worn a dress at one point. Okay. Well, a dress doth not a woman make. Does the strongest frame in the world actually tame the shrew? Yes. But do you want to? Do you want to go through that effort? Is it really worth your while to do that? Or would it not? Again, Iron Rule of TOMASSI number 7. Never root through garbage once you've dragged the can to the curb. And really what that analogy is that you don't want to go back through something that's an old failure. It's time better spent to reinitiate or to develop a new relationship than it is to try to repair an old one. Because the old one is always going to be what you were in the history and the background that you already had with that person, right? So the same thing is with the strongest frame in the world. Can it tame a shrew? Well, the shrew is your former relationship. And you say, well, screw it. I'm going to go back through the garbage and I'm going to have stronger frame this time. I'm going to grab that bitch out of the garbage and we're going to try to make it work out. I know she's a shrew, but now I've got my red pill lens and I can make it happen. Do you want to? Is that like cost efficient? Is that like something you really are? You like? And then you have to ask yourself, why do I want to? I'd rather get with a hotter bitch and I'd rather get with somebody who doesn't know me. Oh, Dave Laurel. Hey, man. Hey. Is this the Dave Laurel? He's married. Dave is you'll understand. You will very soon know who Dave Laurel is. Dave, this has to be you, right? Yes. You will definitely know who Dave is very soon. I'll tell you why. That's a man that thinks if mama ain't happy, no one is happy. Seriously, Rollo, you helped me with that. Yeah. Thank you, Sancho. We will, I promise you we'll get to flashes of alpha here because I have, boy, do I have some other material for that one. Let's see. So you think she's a demon, like a literal demon, like Mazikeen? I keep seeing this. Like, where is it? Who's putting this in here? Someone keeps putting demon. Oh, there it is. What'd you say? Demon. She's a demon from hell.
She's not a Christian.
Ah, yes. Oh wait, no. This is even better. From your lips to God's ears, I don't know, man. She definitely got something going on with her. Yes, thank you for your keen observation there, Carol. And I love that. I love your guitar too and your app. Yes, it's beyond repair. She's the devil. Yeah, are you sure about that?
She's not a Christian.
Tupac was marrying Quincy Jones' daughter. He rather fuck Lil Kim than Jada. He probably fucked her in high school, and that was the end of that for him. Really? Do you think like Tupac would have like he was done with her, right? He broke up with her, and then he got shot, right? He got killed. So he was done with her first. He wasn't like with her when he got killed. So they were already finished. So he'd already let her go. So like technically Jada was Tupac's leftovers for Will. Yeah, put these things in perspective. Technological chaos. I don't know about that, Rollo. Will has even kissed his son on the mouth. Ew. Most in a most sensual way. And there is a news of Jada's involvement with sexual relations with one of the young members of the Black Boy band. Okay. I don't know. You tell me. I rely on you for my information. Oh my goodness. This is taking forever. Let me keep going. Oh, there was one. That's one. Oh, is that Kerr? Yeah, Michael Kerr. Oh, good. We're catching up. It's time to send Jada to this guitar persons. Okay, well, 40K joke. Thanks. Is it a joke if I have to explain it to you? Skitari, isn't that the Avengers? Can Fachan. That's a pretty good one, man. I like that one. Rollo, Will's father was physically abusive towards his mother. Okay. Good. Okay. Good observation. He stated that he felt like a coward watching his mother get beat up as a child. Thoughts? Well, that could definitely be something that was prompting him. That could be, I think probably people will want to make a big deal out of that. The other, I mean, a big deal in the sense that like, he's like, I don't know, reliving childhood pain. Maybe that's why he's in some mental institution right now. Oh, I can't believe I did that. Oh, I lashed out. I'm sorry, Chris. I shouldn't have smacked you. But Fresh shouldn't have backed out of that fight with Preach. No, I can see why. And now if you're familiar with my work, you're probably also familiar with there's a concept that I have, and this you will definitely find in I think it's in Positive Masculinity, pretty sure. And the concept is this. It's what I call promise keepers. And what promise keepers are is this. I don't think I've ever said this before. Tom, clip right here. Promise keepers are guys who usually are raised by a single mother, almost exclusively raised by a single mother. And they have this like savior complex in the sense that they want to protect mom. And usually single mom is trying to raise promise keeper son as the guy that asshole dad could never have been or wouldn't be, or was like, who left the family, right? Or who's either he abandoned the family or he was an asshole, whether it's true or not, right? He was an asshole, abusive guy and he doesn't care about us and blah, blah, poisoning the well kind of thing. And that guy, that son, then takes it upon himself as his sort of like his life mission to never be like dad. To promise to mom, promise to himself that I will never be like my asshole old man. I will never be like that. And so as a consequence, it's kind of like, it's what's called parental alienation. That's number one. And the other part is that concept or that idea, especially when in a younger man, usually this happens right around like when a kid, like a boy is about 12 or 13, it might be a little later, but usually around that time when they're forming their ideas or their ideals, I should say, about men and women. What happens to that guy is he says, okay, I'm going to be the best boyfriend I could be. I'm going to be the man that my dad couldn't be for my mom. And I promise her that I will do those things. Now, the problem that the difficulty that guy runs into later on in life is he gets a girlfriend and things aren't going right with her. And he wants to break up. He knows he should break up with her, but he still has the promise to a single mom that he wouldn't abandon any woman ever. Like, I'll never divorce my wife. Like, that's what I've heard out of Will Smith's mouth. There's nothing that Jada could do that would make me not love her, that would make me want to divorce her. Like you guys were saying just a little while ago, like that's the same situation that happened with his first wife. So is Will Smith a promise keeper? Probably in some, maybe not like in the most vocal, like he's like, written it down on like a promise ring or some sort of contract to himself. I've seen guys who actually do that. They will say, I, the undersigned, will never be like my asshole dad. Right? And then the problem is that when they get into it could be abusive relationship with a woman. It could be a less than optimal thing. Like, if the guy like professes his undying love to some girl and then things don't start to work out, his hesitation is not only about like breaking a commitment with her, wanting to break up with that person, or like thinking about his own best interests or making himself his own mental point of origin, because mom is really his mental point of origin. I made a promise to mom that I would never be like my asshole dad. And if I break up with my girlfriend right now, then I'm being just like him. I'm abandoning her. I'm not providing for her. I'm not doing the things that my dad should have done for my mom. And so his mental point of origin is still stuck. I will definitely say this. Will Smith's mental point of origin is most definitely Jada Pinkett Smith. Still is to this day. He'd think his concept, anything that he wouldn't have swung on Chris Rock had that not been the case. So his first thought was not about, what am I going to do? How's this going to work out for me? What about me? It's like, this bitch is going to get angry at me. She's going to be pissed off at me. And I would rather not deal with the outcome and the fallout of having to, of what's clearly coming if I don't do this, if I don't man up, and everybody in this room already thinks I'm a cuck, or they already think that I'm a pussy and a simp because of the last 2 years of, this woman really systematically destroying my reputation as a man. And now I got to do something. So what's the worst consequence? dealing with her shit and her nagging and her like disrespect, which is already there, and her lack of any interest in me and her just complete utter like, you know, loathing of me and nagging me. And we just saw that here, you know, the Ester Perel thing. That dealing with that in the long term is worse than smacking Chris, making a big, you know, keep my wife's name out of your fucking mouth. Right? That right there, the fallout from that was not as significant, or would not have been as significant as dealing with Jada and the fallout that would have happened had he not gone up there. He would have been the butt of jokes. So when people say, well, he shouldn't have done that. Well, if you have one or the other, he should have smacked him. Really, he should have, because I understand why he's trying to do that. I understand why the motivation for that, because he didn't want to deal with the stress and the anxiety and all the fallout that would have happened with Jada. And so does that, and you guys think that, oh, this is some sort of cognitive thing he has to like mull over, you know, for weeks on end. No, this blink of an eye. That's because he's been married to her for 25 years. He knows what's coming if he doesn't go up and do something like that. He already knows that everybody in that audience, he's about to go get Best Actor. And everyone in the audience says, oh yeah, did you see that red table talk? He's really a cuck. I can't believe, well, you know, Will is what Will is, right? He can't go up and be Best Actor and accept that award if he doesn't go and smack Chris. He can't be that guy because he has to alpha up. And that goes back to what I was talking about the flashes of alpha. So is he a promise keeper? Most likely. That's certainly the impetus. But because he's a promise keeper, he has mom as his mental point of origin. And it's no longer mom, it's Jada, because as we saw in the original video, she is mom now. She's the one that he has to protect. And of course she's like, I don't need your protection. Tupac could protect me. I don't want your protection. You know, I want August Alsina's protection. I want Jason Momoa's protection. I don't want your weak ass, you know, protection, because I know who you are. I've lived with you for the last 25 years and I know this ain't you. She's even said that. His actual mom has said that. So there's that there too. He's about to go receive, like I said, an elite award at the Academy Awards, which, by the way, Jada's already envious of. You could see her grinding her teeth the whole time. Body language is all about that right there. And she had to give up and sacrifice what she probably thinks is she deserves, Best Actress, but which she clearly would have gotten had she not gotten pregnant on the first stroke. You know, had she not, she was Niobe in Matrix, right? What else has she done? Well, she's been the wife. She's been Jada Pinkett Smith. That's what she's been. I would argue this. She's more well known for the Red Table Talks than her acting career. She's absolutely is more well known. We wouldn't even have talking about her right now if we were just relying on her acting career. If we're saying, what's the next movie? Oh, Jada Pinkett Smith, well, great actress. Maybe she'll get Best Actress. No, she was never going to get that. But I believe that she thinks she would have got that if she had not married Will Smith. He is like the obstacle. He's the hindrance. He's this big brick wall that she's the cinder block that is tied to her leg right now. And that's why. And he knows this. This has been the defining characteristic of the relationship. So yeah, does it happen in the blink of an eye? Should I go smack Chris and make a big scene out of this, and at least people will have a different impression of me after I accept that award? Or do I deal with the disrespect of her rolling her eyes and politely, nervously laughing, and then dealing with this bullshit on the red table? Like if he didn't smack him, and deal with it on the red table afterwards? No, I'm going to go smack Chris. What are his options at that point? And again, this is not some sort of deep cerebral, let me the pros and cons of smacking Chris. Blink of an eye. And it's also charged with emotion too. He knows he can't go up there and accept that award without hitting Chris Rock, without being the guy. And it was a bitch slap. Let's just be honest. It was a sissy slap. But maybe that was enough to sort of like impress upon, or he thought maybe he was going to impress upon her his quality, prove my quality to milady. And that's simply not going to happen, and not after 25 years of marriage and the preconception that you're already a chump and you're already a beta. So now let's get to, let me keep going here. I got a couple more. We're going to get to flashes of alpha next. And this is where to go. So I missed that one. Here we go. That is Alvin. Rollo, you should do a live just talking about guitars and amps. You want me to? I'll do it from I was actually thinking about doing that. I'm going to we're starting to do live streams, by the way, from the Trial of Ascension rehearsal studio. We just set up the internet there, and I've got a 2-camera rig that's going on. So we're going to live stream some of the rehearsals, and we're probably just going to like goof off and just like, take questions kind of thing. What's your go-to guitar and amp? Well, besides the Cytheria behind me right now, that's a OD Cytheria. I'm a Randall amp guy. In fact, I almost exclusively, that's all except for the Bugera. I have all Randall except for one Bugera. I have a Bugera Tri-Rec. I can talk amps. Wait till the end of the show. Maybe we'll get back to that. I'll talk your ear off about that. In addition, Will has stated that he hated and wanted to kill his father growing up. I'm sure his refusal to stand up to Jada has something to do with that, him not wanting to be like his father. Yeah, he's a promise keeper, as I said. The kids look just like him. Do they? Yeah, maybe they do. However, she probably was having sex with someone else. She said that as an alibi. She was tilling the fields. She needed plausible deniability. Oh, he just got off. I think I'm pregnant. Ladies, if you're watching this, come on. Come on. Did you know, like, if you're with your guy, if you're with your man or your baby daddy, did you know, like, on the thrust that was the thrust that got you pregnant? Get the fuck out of here. Something he would remember just in case. Yes. Again, plausible deniability. You are correct, sir. It goes hand in hand with black market positive pregnancy tests, which is nothing illegal about. Oh man, let me see. Keep going. Up there we go. Samishi. Hey man, the Discord notifications are over 9,000. All right. Yeah. Greyhound Fun. Yes. Thank you. Ned, thanks you too. Speaking of posting up, man, Ned is a pretty mellow dog, but like when I'm running, what's me and Bambi and him running, if another dog comes up, like he'll get defensive, like any dog probably should. Even most men would have left sooner in the relationship. Would they? Yeah, they would. He is the type of guy to live through all of the public and private degradation. She has always been the dom, and he should have seen this coming. Yeah, well, I think that's another thing that a lot of guys. Okay, now we're at the bottom. Thank God. Okay, I think that what a lot of guys do is they see this stuff and they go, "Oh, doesn't he know? Doesn't he know that he should left her a long time ago? Boy, I wouldn't have been like." I think a lot of guys like throw that out there because they want to say that it could never have happened to them. I disagree. I think that it probably would have happened to you, because when you're in it, it's one thing to have like this bird's eye, God's eye view of a situation, like being the third party in all of this. And Lord knows I've done it, because certainly as Rollo Tomassi, I'm the third party, right? That's why you're coming to ask me for advice or analysis. You're asking me for
Kowalski analysis.
Yes, you're asking me for analysis. And I think that the guys who are giving the advice or giving the analysis or whatever it is that we're looking at here, we get jaded because we think, God, I've seen this so much. How is this not obvious? It's a red flag. How come you're not like, you should always bug out? What is it? Slow to hire, fast to fire, right? How come he doesn't know this stuff? Well, because he's in it. That's why. Because he's emotionally invested in it and he's locked into it. That's exactly why. Okay. Did I put this one up? I think I did.
It's going to be a splash. Mary J. Blige performed. I debuted the film, all of that. It was going to be the thing that lifted her out of this midlife crisis. And it was going to be my deepest, most beautiful proclamation of love. And she's told me that the party was the most ridiculous display of my ego.
Woo. Crushed, right? Yeah, definitely crushed. Now, I had to come back to that real quick, because I got to explain to you what flashes of alpha are. And that's probably the best part to start off with. So when your character is beta, when a woman expects a predominantly beta personality from a guy, She has two choices, really. Stick with this guy because he has other benefits. He brings other things to the table that offset his beta mentality. And in this case, certainly Will Smith had lots of things to offset that. Money, talent, exposure, whatever. He was definitely beta, and she could build a career off of him still. So he definitely had some really high value, value added aspects to Will Smith. But his personality is predominantly beta. And how do we know that? Is because he makes it his holy, Christian duty to make the bitch happy, make this woman happy. And to the point where he's trying to do this great proclamation of love, as he said, and he's crushed because she doesn't appreciate that. Again, this goes back to the chapter in my first book. It's called it's also titled Appreciation. And there's one kind of salient point in there, and it's that women fundamentally lack the appreciation of men's sacrifices to facilitate their reality. And that's exactly what's going on right here. Jada fundamentally lacks the capacity to appreciate the sacrifices that Will is willing to make, gladly willing to make. He would jump through, he'd go through fire for her. He's said it before on several occasions, but the one I was thinking about was when he was talking about there's nothing she could do that would make me not love her, make me not want to break up with her or whatever. And that right there is the guy is, I think in some ways people want to turn that into a, they want to turn that into a benefit, or they want to turn that into some romantic ideal. Like, oh, you need a man who's undying love, and he's going to bring you flowers on Valentine's Day, and he's going to, get on one knee and give you a ring. And, that sounds good until you have to live with that 24/7, until that guy's predominant character is this romantic, simpy beta guy who will do his greatest asset is he'll do anything for you. And his worst fault is he'll do anything for you. That's what happens. And that's why there's a problem there. Now, his predominant personality, certainly to Jada Pinkett Smith, is he's a beta. Compare him to the alpha she's been pining for, she's an alpha widow of Tupac Shakur. Now, she's comparing, whether it's conscious or it's not, there's this comparison of Tupac and what he was, and the ideal and the fantasy of what he was. It's like Titanic and Rose having the character Rose having this, fantasization of her ultimate alpha, and Jack is at the bottom of the ocean, right? Well, Tupac is in the ground, and she still has, like, Tupac, if he was alive now, what would he be, in his 50s, something like that? Maybe some late 40s, right? He would not look the same. He would not be the same person. He would not have the same personality. Things would have changed. His personality is not static. Things would have been different. I think maybe she withheld this fantasy that she might be able to get back with him, whatever, but he's in the ground. And her only impression, her only memory of him is at that time when he was in his 20s, when they were dating, when he was rocking her world. And that is what's known as 5 minutes of alpha trump 5 years of beta. And this is a Royce principle, by the way. And what it is that when a woman encounters a guy who is alpha, and this is the paradox of the alpha widow, of course, but it's when that woman deals with and is in the presence of an alpha male who she thinks that, or maybe she knows, or she did actually confirmedly got with, that guy makes an impression that a beta male will take 5 years for him to try to make, and this is like, figuratively speaking, 5 years for that beta male to make the impression that an alpha male did in 5 minutes of time with that woman. You want to know why women's sexual history is important? That's why. Because if a woman has 10 lovers in her past, one of those 10, the likelihood, maybe 2 of those guys, maybe 5 of those guys made that impression. And you're the hapless beta that meets her at 30, 31, and now she wants to get right with God, and she wants to do things different, and she's going to make you wait for sex, and she wants to do the things the right way, and she's done with the jerks, and she can't consolidate on the hot guy in the foam cannon party in Cancun on spring break. She was drunk, he was hot, and one thing led to another. She can't do that, but that fantasy is still there. She's still there, man. She's still there in 1992 in Cancun in the foam cannon party with me. That's where she's at, right? But mentally, she's 52 years old. But mentally, when she thinks about you, or she thinks about that guy, 5 minutes of alpha trumps 5 minutes of beta, or excuse me, 5 years of beta. And that lives forever in her mind. So when she says, "Oh, I've only been with 10 guys," which is a handful of guys comparatively speaking today. So she says, "Oh, I've been with 6 guys. I've been with 2 guys." Again, it's not a numbers game. It's an alpha impressions game. Which one of those guys was Tupac Shakur for her? That's what you really want to find out. Which one of those? I've only been with 4 guys. Okay. Which one was Tupac? Which one was Jason Momoa? Which one was the guy who was the 5 minutes of alpha guy? And now I got to be 5 years of beta and jump through the hoops and play by your rules. Women break rules for alphas and they make rules for betas. Furthermore, 5 minutes of alpha trumps 5 years of beta. The beta who is jumping through those hoops and playing by the rules. Rest assured, Will Smith is still playing by Jada Pinkett Smith's rules. Clearly she is right now. He dances to her tune. And in this case, yes, MGTOWs, you are right. Dancing monkey. Double monkey, triple monkey, quadruple monkey, backflips, whatever the hell the kids are calling it right now. Yeah, that's Will Smith for sure. And has probably been Will Smith for 25 years. So that's his predominant character. To Jada Pinkett Smith, Will Smith will never be anything but a chump. He will never be anything but the guy that she had to settle for. And she had to settle for a guy who's worth $350 million and has a Best Actors Academy Award, an Oscar on his shelf. But he's still not good enough. Why? Because he's a chump. Because he's a beta. Because he is very blue pill. He he will never understand and will never accept this. There are certain guys, like people ask me this all the time. Like, how do I unplug my dad or how do I unplug my friends from the Matrix? Rollo, I want to give them your book, but they just think I'm a misogynist and they call me an asshole and I've changed and da 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 da. I go, again, unplugging chumps from the Matrix is dirty work. It is triage. You save the ones you can and you move on to the ones, you read Last Rites to the Dying and you move on to the next. That's what you have to, that's triage, right? Do what you can for the ones who are in best shape, and the ones who are going to go anyways or never going to hear, never going to listen, never going to think anything else. That's why it's really tough. And again, I'm going to give you another Matrix quote, but that's another reason why it's really tough for guys to unplug from the Matrix when they get to a certain age, because everything they live, their lived experience up to the point where they're 65, 70, in some cases 75 years old, all of those decisions and everything that they have to question their entire lives. Why did I make that decision? Why did I go there? Why did I do this? Why did I do that? Well, I did it because my understanding of intersexual dynamics was all about, my mental point of origin on my wife, on my girl, on the only woman who would ever spread her legs for me. And why did she do that? Because she settled on me. My tangible resource benefits, my long-term security was more valuable than her wanting to have sex with the hot guy in the foam cannon party, or maybe she was ready to be cycled out of all of that, out of that sexual marketplace. If that's you and you're a beta, and again, this is an abstract term. If you're a low-value man in your head and you're beta in your mentality, and I don't mean the financially. If you're beta like that and your woman only sees you as beta, that's all she's ever going to see you as. A friend she sees, a friend you will always be. That is Pook. Quoting Pook. A beta she sees, a beta you will always be. And it takes moving heaven and earth to change that perception. There would have to be something very, very substantially, catastrophically traumatic in both your life and her life for her to change that impression. That's why I say, don't consider monogamy until your 30s. Don't consider, certainly don't consider marriage at all these days. But if you're going to get into a marriage and you're going to get into a long-term relationship, you're going to get into a long-term relationship, you must own the frame. It must be based on validation. You have to be the guy she wants to have babies with. And if you're not, then she is making rules for you. You get this pussy as long as you do these things, instead of, you get this pussy any way you want it, man. I will go to the top of Mount Olympus to have sex with you. I will crawl under barbed wire and brave flamethrowers to have sex with you. Right? The I want his babies is validational sex. I want babies is just transactional. You'll do is transactional sex. Will Smith has never known anything but transactional sex. And there's a lot of, I'm going to pick on Will. That's, the state of most guys, right? So who is Tupac in your girlfriend or your wife's, background, right? Who's the Tupac? Who's the alpha widow? Who's the guy she can't get over? You think being nice is the way to go. You think, I'm going to be nice. Nice guys are going to finish, right? We're finished last, right? Or well, nice guys are, but at least they finish. Yeah. Will Smith is like the net result of 25, well, actually pretty much his entire life, really 50 some odd years of being the nice guy. Because he thought that's what's going to get him from point A to point B. Instead, his predominant character is beta. And so what happens is when something moves you to what I call a flash of alpha, the flash of alpha is this: your predominant character is beta. And then you lash out and you send a plate of food back at the restaurant, say, this food is improperly cooked. Take it back, you scoundrel. And then you think that that's going to impress the girl, right? You think that that's going to your wife of 25 years, right? If you're just if you want you come down on somebody or you start a fight with somebody, like guys will do this. They will it's usually easy pickings. It's usually the Chris Rock, right? It's usually low hanging fruit for guys to start a fight with somebody that they know they could probably beat the shit out of, or they could, and not just physically. I mean, just figuratively as well. Guys will get into physical or verbal altercations. Maybe it's you're in a line at the airport, maybe whatever it is. Guys who are cucked and browbeaten and nagged by a woman just like Jada Pinkett Smith will find ways to lash out. They've tried everything. I tried to make her birthday perfect. That didn't work. Well, I guess the only thing I got left is to beat the shit out of this guy over here, smack Chris Rock. That's the flash of alpha. They think that if women dig jerks, so I guess I'm going to be a jerk. I guess I have to be a jerk. So I'm going to walk around and be a jerk now. Right. And then people say, well, stop being somebody you're not. But yeah, that somebody you're not is the somebody you are. That's the beta. And so you're trying to be like, all fluff yourself up, and it's incongruent. And that's the flash of alpha. But guys see that as sort of the solution to solving the impression of that woman who's known the guy clearly for 25 years. You ain't like that. She even said that. I don't need him protecting me. No, she doesn't. She needs Jason Momoa, Tupac, and August Alsina to protect her. She doesn't need wimpy ass, chump ass, simp ass Will Smith to do it. But the flash of alpha is a beta in desperation mode. It's almost like an extinction burst, right? You're not getting, like, the rat is not getting the reward anymore. And so you press the lever and then nothing pops out. There's no food pellet. Oh my God. So what are you going to do? You're going to run around the cage 3 times, then press the pellet and wave up and down. Oh, press a pellet, whatever. Nothing comes out. So it's that extinction burst, which is novel. This is behaviorism 101, by the way. Try these novel behaviors, and maybe then that will restart the good feelings again. And so in this case, it's, I can't she won't fuck me. And so I guess I got to beat someone's ass to prove that I can kick ass, and then it'll turn her on. And might even actually do that, but not for Jada, but it might work for somebody else. But that's the flash of alpha. You're predominantly beta, but you have these flashes of alpha because you're at your wit's end. I don't know what else to do. So I'm just going to start shit. And a lot of guys can get killed as a result of starting shit. So that's the flash of alpha idea. The other part is it goes hand in hand. I was going to say this before, is it goes hand in hand with male vulnerability. Women always say they want a vulnerable guy. He's got to be emotionally available and he's got to be vulnerable. And I couldn't get with the guy and be a long-term relationship with the guy who's not vulnerable with me. No. And so what guys do is they come back at me and go, well, vulnerability can be a strength. Fuck you. No, it can't. By definition, vulnerability is not a strength. It is a weakness. Go look it up. It's in the dictionary. I didn't create the word. You want to come at me for redefining hypergamy. But when I say, well, let's go look at the definition of vulnerability, go, we're taking this subjectively. It's all relative. Jackie Chan. What? What? No, it's like whatever you want it to be. No, it's not. And the reason for why vulnerability will always be a weakness is because it predominantly sets what your personality is. Are you this vulnerable, emotional soul? Are you a beta? That's emotional guys. Beta guys are vulnerable. They think it's a strength. They think it should be seen as a strength. It is not. Not at all. But then you get these guys who say, well, I read Mark Manson's models and he said we should all be vulnerable and then the women dig vulnerability. No, they really don't dig vulnerability. They dig strength, especially right now. It was Royce. Chicks dig jerks. Okay. It's not hard. It's a very simple equation here. And it's not even so much about that. Like it's the vulnerability side of it. It's like you're trying to pretend that it's what's called a transvaluation. Thank you, Jack Donovan, for that word. You want to turn you want to turn the word or the term into the opposite of what its actual meaning is. Right? Well, everybody needs to be vulnerable. Well, the only time, and this goes to the flash of alpha. So now I've clarified that, right? So the only time vulnerability is actually sexy to women is when they think they're the only ones that can bring it out of you. And for that to happen, you have to already have pre-established that your predominant character is I'm a stoic alpha male who kicks ass, takes names, bodybuilds, does Krav Maga, former military, got my shit together, and I'm just this impenetrable soul that only this woman here, Beauty and the Beast, right? Only this woman here can bring out in me. So if that's my if I'm an alpha and that's my predominant character, personality characteristics, when I show an ounce of emotion or just the tiniest fraction of vulnerability to the woman that I'm with, that is like manna from fucking heaven for her because she thinks she's the only one who can coax that out of you. And that, my friends, is superior kung fu when it comes to game. If you can do that, if you can say, well, I'm not really, if you can impress upon that woman that you are stoic and she has to you're a challenge, you're a mystery, you're an onion, you have to unwrap all the layers and stuff like that. If she has the impression that you're she's the only one that can bring that out in you, you get to the point of what Nick Krauser calls deep conversion, right? You get to the point where it's like she's ride or die. She is so wrapped up in the enigma, the intrigue of what you are, that when you give that little bit of emotion, when you give, it's really intermittent reinforcement in a behavioral sense, but it's a reward. That vulnerability is only appreciated by women from men who are badasses, who are not vulnerable, who are their characteristics, their primary personality traits is invulnerability. It is like the stoic, like I said, strength. And so when that guy, on the very rare occasions that he does that, that is when vulnerability can be very sexy and very attractive. But it also requires that you're already in a relationship with this person, right? She already knows what your character is. So for a guy, so here's the flashes of alpha connection. Okay. So when a guy is predominantly alpha and he shows vulnerability, that's sexy. Women like that because it's like this rare thing, and it's an ego boost for them because they think I'm the only one who can save him from himself, right? It falls into that archetype, that mythology. But when a guy is predominantly beta and he alphas up, right? So the other way is he's an alpha and he kind of like betas down a little bit, being vulnerable. If the guy is predominantly beta and he alphas up, it never seems genuine. It always seems like a petulant child, which is exactly what Jada has described. Paraphrasing, it's described Will Smith as after the slap. He is predominantly beta. He slaps. That's not you. What are you doing that for? Why are you trying to be something you're not? That's incongruent with what my perception of you is. And my perception is confirmed now. You're a chump. You're a beta. You're lashing out here. That's not who you really are. Will Smith, you would have just backed down and been a pussy. Right? Now, so he's fucked. He's kind of like he's damned if he does and he's damned if he doesn't. And so at that point, you have to make the decision. Is the fallout worse to deal with her bullshit, or is the fallout worse to deal with Chris Rock's bullshit? And the stuff that's going to come down. And clearly he made his decision. In the moment, heat in the moment, rage. I'm not saying that there was an emotional aspect. I'm certain there was. But Will Smith's predominant personality characteristics is he is a beta. He is a chump. He pedestalizes her. Clearly he pedestalizes womankind, buys into all her bullshit, buys into the Esther Perel side of things, right? Buys into all of that. And then he's going to go, then we're supposed to take him seriously as being this alpha guy that's going up there and protect my woman's honor, my lady's honor. I'm going to talk about that a little bit later. I have a show lined up. I've got 2 shows that I have in the can right now. I've got the show prep done for them. One of them is going to be on dark triad personality traits, because I don't think that they should be called dark triad personality traits. And then the other is, at least not now, I think we need to reconsider the quote unquote dark triad. And the still deciding on the other one. I don't even know if I want to tell you about the other one. But okay, I will. It's based on a book called Debt. And I just finished reading it, and it's a fascinating read. And you wouldn't necessarily, this is all of my economic friends, my Ken McElroy, George Gammon, Robert Kiyosaki, Tom Wheelwright, the guys I've been hanging out with. Maybe they influenced me to read this, but it's a book called Debt. And it goes into the history of like human like usury and debt, and the concept of, if I do this for you, you owe me this. It's like exchange, right? And how that, like the human element of that, as well as sort of like the legal aspects and the social aspects. But there's also this sort of like evolved side of things as well. And that's the part I found real fascinating. But that debt side of things has really influenced things like what happened with Jada Pinkett Smith, right? We have this concept of female honor that really cropped up during the age of chivalry and really the romantic ideal and courtly love. If you've read Religion, my 4th book, you'll know what I'm talking about. So the idea that, well, he has besmirched milady's honor, and so retribution is due. That's debt. If you talk shit about, keep my wife's name out of your fucking mouth, that's debt. If you do this, I'm going to retaliate with this. You disrespected my wife, so that's a debt of honor that I have to repay by sissy slapping you, right? Or whatever. Now, we used to take that a lot more seriously than we do now. You call a bitch a whore, you're like, whatever. She is kind of a whore, right? She is a whore. What are you talking about? But like back in the day, people would fight duels and kill each other because of that. You call my lady a bitch, I'm a whore. The hell, go watch, what's that? The Last Duel. Go look at that. I mean, that's a lot more to that one. That was I wish people didn't hate that movie as much as it was. It's Ridley Scott and is it Matt Damon? Matt Damon's in that, I think. Oh yeah. And Adam Driver is in that too. But it's like, oh, you besmirched my lady's honor. Now, justice must be served. That's a debt. You took me for a ride. Now I'm going to repay you. Revenge, debt, whatever. It's a debt of honor kind of thing. And for Jada Pinkett Smith to say, I don't need you to protect me, what that's saying is your whole fantasy about protecting me or wanting to do everything for me or wanting to do, to be my hero kind of thing is never gonna work. It will never happen. I don't care how many, go slap Jason Momoa, go slap The Rock. It doesn't matter. You're acting like a little bitch because you are a little bitch. And her impression of him is beta. He lashes out, has a flash of alpha, and it only reinforces that impression upon her. So he thinks he's still living in this noble, chivalric, romantic era where, well, yeah, you besmirched my lady's honor. I'm going to go up there. You made a joke about her G.I. Jane too. How dare you, you vile caitiff? Smack. How about let's duel, right? Like, I'm stupid, yes, but that's the impetus. That's the exchange that happens. I shouldn't say that's the exchange that happens in Will Smith's head. And what happens after that? Jada Pinkett just disqualifies any of that. So it's not even so much you shouldn't have done that. It wasn't the act. It was, you shouldn't think that. You shouldn't think that. You shouldn't feel, it's like I said, he's damned if he does and damned if he doesn't. If he didn't do that and he just sat there with his, with his thumb up his ass, people would saying, "Oh man, he's a real cuck. I wouldn't let Chris talk to shit about my wife, and we would be having a very different conversation." And it would go away, of course, but he would have had to deal with that negative fallout. He smacks Chris. He's still dealing with a negative fallout. So, people say, well, he's living by his principles, blah, blah, blah. Wow. Yeah. But again, in appreciation, as I said, women fundamentally lack the appreciation that of men's sacrifices that they have to make to facilitate a woman's reality. Simple as that. Now, here's a couple of other things I wanted to show you guys real quick. This was really funny today. I got a couple of things to catch up with. Actually, let me throw these out here real quick. I got to catch up. Technological chaos. Thanks for that $10, my friend. Will is visiting Tupac's grave and screams Anakin's voice. I hate you. Yeah. And you probably would be just as emotional. And it would probably have been just as bad acting too. Gina. Thank you. Thanks for that. Thanks for pitching in. Let's see. Oh, here we go. All right, Rollo. There's no way to thank you for your contribution to my growth. There's one way I can do this. Thank you, sir. In all things red pill, I must add that your commitment to the truth, no matter the consequences, is why we are all ears when you evangelize. You are like Slayer. I need a Slayer sound drop. Every record is effing Slayer. You're
goddamn right.
Thank you for that. Very much appreciated. It will go into the Ned College Dog Food Fund. Tech chaos once again. Maybe Jada will say F it. I can't stand him, and we'll throw it back to Carlton, and Will might go crazy. No, I'll tell you what's going to happen is she's going to hit menopause. If she hasn't, she's at least perimenopausal right now. I can tell you that. What will happen is it will get so bad, and her moods will shift so radically that you will see something fundamentally shift in their relationship, and it ain't going to be pretty. Because all that stuff about, I love her no matter what, we're going to get old and drink lemonade on the porch at 80 years old is going to fly right out the window. Pascal, you had a third option. Go on stage, take the mic, and ask Chris Rock to apologize until he does. That would be even worse. Because then he fails both of those tests. At least by hitting Rock, he's got respect from one side. He could have done that. Yeah. Would you have respected him more had he done that? Would we have more respect for Chris or for Will Smith if he'd have grabbed this? Okay, you bad boy. Hey, you, leave her alone. Would you have more? Would you have more respect for him after that, or would you be like, "Oh God, Will, please back off, man. Move down a little bit. This is great."
You'll win in the end. You will win. So just keep holding on until the right girl comes along.
Nice guys always win. They always win. If nice truly means nice, you had the wrong girl.
Yeah, you might not win in your early 20s, but let me tell you, every girl will get sick of the games and the douchebags, and nice guys will win. They always win. They always win. I want a nice guy, okay? I'm sick of the games. Like you saw, I shut it down. Like I'm not into it. Yeah. I want a nice guy.
The nice guy win. Nice guys, for 3 years, it's not cool, and then it's cool.
Yes.
3 years. Holy mackerel. 3 years. We got a whole 3 years for that. See, that's the kind of conversation, like this is the kind of shit that like a guy like Will, I'm not pick on Will Smith, but that's the kind of August. Thank you, August. Like, if that's fake Rollo, keep this Av, please. That's so awesome. You should just stay, August Alsina. That's badass. I love it. No, wait, one more time, just with
You'll win in the end. You will win. So just keep holding on until the right girl comes along.
Yeah, you will win. You will win.
Nice guys always win. They always win. If nice truly means nice, you had the wrong girl.
Yeah, you might not win in your early 20s, but let me tell you,
in your early 20s. So you mean like let's see. Like these early 20s? You mean the whole phase? 20 through 28? Is that what we're having? Is that what we're discussing right here? I'm laughing at this, but this is pertinent to today's topic. Let's keep going real quick. I got to go back to
girl
this.
Will get sick of the games and the douchebags. And
yeah, The douchebags who didn't have to jump through any hoops in that orange section right there in the part of years in the hoe phase. Keep going.
Guys will win.
They always win.
They always win. I want a nice guy, okay? I'm sick of the games. Like you saw, I shut it down. Like I'm not into it. I want a nice guy.
The nice guy win. Nice guys for 3 years, it's not cool, and then it's cool.
Yeah.
You don't even know what they're saying. Oh my God. You know, remember what I said about cognitive dissonance and how, sorry, I got to rearrange my nuts. About cognitive dissonance and how when we're talking about anything that relates, if cognitive dissonance exists in women, it is so, well, women have no problem with cognitive dissonance, period. But when it's something that benefits hypergamy, it doesn't matter how radically different those two ideas are, those two concepts are that are causing that dissonance. If one of those leads to optimizing hypergamy, hey man, nice guys always win. How old are you? 29, 30, 31. Yeah, nice guys are great. They're showing up any minute now. Oh, but see, this is what I'm talking about. Like you want to know why guys, well, guys too, but you want to know why women hate me? Was it Robert Kiyosaki? You'll see this when I was doing I did Rich Dad podcast. I did like 3 times when I was in Scottsdale, and we talked about that. He says, why do women hate you so much? I'm like, actually, men kind of hate me a little bit more than I think women do. But when women do like throw shade at me, it's usually because I give away this. But I'm not giving away this. Girls like that give away this. It's there. You just have to want to see it. I'm just the guy. I'm just the asshole. I just work here, man. I'm the guy who just points this stuff out. I connect the dots. And so when I come out like Will Smith, or I come out like guys who are in these toxic relationships, we want to excuse Jada, or we want to excuse women of being like damaged, or it's only damaged women would do something like it. No, they wouldn't. Girls like this would do. Girls like this do it. This girl right here. How old do you think this chick is? I bet she's 29, maybe 31. She's between 29 and 31. I will guarantee you she's between those two ages. Right. And that's where it all happens, man. That's where the action's taking place. But according to Will, or got that mindset, all I gotta do is wait him out. Yeah, and then I'm gonna hit pay dirt after she's been with Tupac. After, it might not be true in your 20s. You mean like my 20s with Tupac? My 20s with the 5 minutes of alpha I got in the foam cannon party? Like that? Oh, great. That's awesome. Like, again, I'm not the asshole here. I'm just the messenger. Don't shoot the messenger in all of this. You guys can get this data anywhere. This stuff right here, this timeline stuff right here that I did I wrote this back I published that in 2015. And data was around then. It's not hard to find. Hell, you can watch little TikTok videos. Oh, by the way, I put this out there. I think who did I tell this? I think I had somebody in my DMs and my Instagram, and they were talking about like, oh, do you think TikTok is like making women like psychotic and crazy and blah, 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 or whatever? I'm like, no, they were always like this, or they had the potential to always be like this. They just didn't have the outlet. They didn't have the platform. They didn't have TikTok. They didn't have Instagram. They didn't have, like, women were always, the nature of women hasn't changed in 200,000 years. But the ease with which women can like sort of express their, addiction to attention and to express, this misguided belief that their sexual agency should be evergreen. Yeah, by the way, lady, I'm not coming down on you. I fully understand why you want to believe in that fantasy, because it's a fantasy of like ultimate power. It's a fantasy of,
flawless victory.
Yes, that's the fantasy, that you can be sexy at any age and at any weight. Okay? And I'm an asshole, and I'm not a nice guy if I point that shit out. But I'm not the one doing it, ladies. You are, and you take away Rollo TOMASSI, you take away everything. You take away the red pill. You take away the manosphere. Guys are still gonna put 2 and 2 together. So deal. What are you gonna do? I want to put this out here too. I already read that Ester Perel. Oh God, this was great. Here's a good one. This is Denzel Washington. All right. When was this? when was the, thanks for whoever sent this to me. Oh, July of 27th of 2018. Now remember, Denzel was the first guy on the scene when all this shit went down, and it was during the commercial break. And Denzel, by the way, also a black man with a Best Actors Award. I think he got it for Glory, which, by the way, was one of the best movies I think ever made. Denzel Washington reveals the key to his happy 35-year marriage. I do what I'm told, and I keep my mouth shut. So that's the advice, or that's the guy who's giving advice to Will Smith. He was right there. He was right in the commercial break. Even he told him, like, was it in his acceptance speech? He said something about, you got to listen to the devil, blah, 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 like that. That's Denzel. I just keep my mouth shut. If mama ain't happy, ain't nobody happy. If mama ain't happy, God ain't happy. Because if my wife is not 100% happy and contented, then that means I'm not doing my job and God is angry at me. And then this was the last one. I want to put this quote in here. Like, okay, I think this is very important to the conversation here. This is my good friend Rolf once again. Male participants sacrificed more in terms of physical pain for their romantic partners and opposite sex friends. Remember that, opposite sex friends than female participants. Okay. So what this is explaining here in scientific terms is what I've referred to as the male protector dynamic. I'll get back to that here in just a second. But this study was the first to measure whether and how much participants in heterosexual romantic relationships would sacrifice for their romantic partners or opposite sex friends in an experimental zero-sum game setting utilizing the cold presser task. You can read I'll put the link in there if you want to read what that is. But here in a nutshell, it's this. To make the game zero-summed, participants were asked to imagine that they were going to experience a fixed period of pain tolerance with a partner, either their opposite sex friend or a romantic partner. Okay. So she's your friend or she's your girlfriend or your wife. The longer the participants endured, the shorter their partners were required to endure, and vice versa. So if I take on more pain, then my wife doesn't feel as much pain, right? That's when you look at the presser task, you'll understand how they did it. Participants showed significantly longer pain tolerance time for their romantic partners than the baseline condition for their friends. So if you're involved in a relationship, you're probably going to take more pain than if you're just in a friendship. However, indicating that relational sacrifices exist in the context of romantic relationships in zero-sum games, such as the sexual marketplace. A gender difference was observed, demonstrating that male participants were more likely to sacrifice physically for their romantic partners and opposite sex friends, the bitch you want to get with, friends, than female participants were. Thus, although women may sacrifice themselves more in their daily lives, right? So they have to throw that one in there. Men would probably it's funny. Women would definitely may sacrifice themselves in their daily lives. Men would probably sacrifice more frequently in keeping their partners, mainly romantic partners, but also their opposite sex friends, safe and free from physical harm. There you have it, black and white. Don't take my word for it. Go ahead and look it up. Oh, Rollo never studied site studies. There you go. Here's your study for you. Go have a look at that. It's on Rolf's Twitter feed if you're looking for it. It was on April 2nd, my birthday. So yeah, I spelled this out, I think, in no uncertain terms when I was doing the fourth book, Religion. I talked about the male protector dynamic, how the protect, provide, and parental investment. And I made the case that if you go and you look at like mass shooting events, like the one that happened in Las Vegas, or like the one I was referring to is actually one that happened in a country, like a line dancing club, I think, and it was in like Thousand Oaks, California. And there was a mass shooting event. Oh, even Aspen, Colorado, with Chris Holmes from Wasp. No, James Holmes, mass shooter. in those incidents, when split seconds matter, men put themselves physically between the bullets and women that they didn't even know. And this is an instinctual side of things. Now, there's that's the instinctual, quick, adrenaline rush. I better do something, protect the incubators of the next generation. That's instinctual to the male animal of the human species. Okay. And we can see this in, by order of degree as well. So female friends being maybe not as quick to jump in front of the bullet. However, if it's your wife or your girlfriend or like the girl you're tapping at that time, you're probably going to accept more pain for that person. But the greater analysis, I think, of this whole thing is that you have to remember that it's men who are way more apt and way more ready to do that, to take on pain and sacrifice. So if you're going to come at me and say, Rollo, I want to take issue with what you said about appreciation. Women fundamentally lack the capacity to appreciate the sacrifices that men must make to facilitate their reality. This right here, black and white. Before you come at me, read that. If you're going to come at me, come correct, because that's where I'm coming from. I do my homework. People don't think I do my homework. I do my goddamn homework. So if you're going to come at me, I'm going to use that on you. I'm just saying right now, because I will tell you this. One of the reasons why, like in the split second decision that Will Smith had to make, do I slap Chris or do I deal with this bitch for the next, 6 weeks? Part of that is I will take more pain for Milady than I will for people that I don't know. So there's that male protector dynamic that gets involved in this too. And that's why I wanted to start with that, because I saw a lot of articles talking about, and these were generally from like, Jezebel or Huffington Post. Well, Will Smith is and these are from guys too, by the way, from male writers. Will Smith is the evidence of an endemic undercurrent of toxic masculinity, and she didn't need to be protected and blah, blah, blah. Women can kick ass and take names too. Blah. It was just this whole everything. Like I think if there was any fallout that I was unsurprised to see, but I knew it was coming, but I was like interesting to see how quick it came up. Was they would use the slap as some like reinforcement or confirmation that, see, there is patriarchy. He wouldn't do this. If he was really not a patriarch, he wouldn't have felt the impulse to go and defend his wife's honor. Debt, right? Debt of honor for mouthing off or telling a joke about her. Keep my wife's name out of your fucking mouth, right? Remember, that's not just about the slap, it's the attitude that was happening afterwards as well. And if you look at, like, there's a montage of all the shock. I can't believe there's going to be violence there. Like, if you looked at all the shocked, like, actors, they took like pictures. They had like this montage of pictures of all the shot, and mostly female, right? Losing their shit because, oh, did that just happen? I can't believe. Was this part of the program? Like, they were losing it, right? They felt they felt unsafe. Will Smith's lost his mind. He's gone right. He's gone wrong. Something's wrong with him. So remember that Will Smith is also. Oh, did I get this on here? Let me throw this.
Well, I don't care about a woman's past. A woman can say she had 25, 35 sexual partners. I don't care about all that. It don't intimidate me because I always say the version of her that I'm gonna get, no man has ever had. Because I know how to cultivate that woman. Oh, boy, you preaching. I know how to provide something in your life that no man has ever been able to provide. True. I know how to extract and cultivate something out of you that no man has been able to cultivate out of you.
Someone put me back in. Yeah, you're definitely correct in that. That is, I don't know the guy's name. He has a podcast called Dear Future Wifey. Now, do you remember when I told you about pre-whipping? Like the idea that I'm going to be the best guy. Oh, it's Promise Keepers also, right? It's the pre-whipping idea. It's like have this mentality you go into the relationship with, or you think that, oh, this is what women want, so this is what I have to be. and they don't care whether you had, you were you were a porn star and you found Jesus, right? Oh, well, I got a different version of her than the porn star version of her. Yeah, but that still means she's been with all those dudes. That doesn't erase all of that magically. I mean, I have a lot of faith in God, but I mean, let's just be honest here. I mean, you've been with that many guys. You've been with that many guys. Okay. I mean, okay, miracles, maybe they happen, right? But that's no way to plan your life. Let's just put that like that's an impractical way to plan your life. Hope is an impractical strategy. It's not a tactic. But I threw that in there because that is the mentality that I think that a lot of guys want, is particularly trad cons right now. They'll get to a point where they're like, okay, I'm 35 years old, 36 years old. And Rollo, I can't find a woman who doesn't have kids. I can't find a woman who doesn't have baggage. I can't find a woman who hasn't been damaged by those players, those horrible players that they met in Cancun, some long-haired freak in 1992, right? It's their fault. My girlfriend's damaged and now I got to untangle her brain. No, she made her decisions, and no, you're not getting a different version from her. Well, you are in the sense that like, yeah, the version you're getting from her is the I'm desperate for long-term security and I need you to jump through these hoops version of security. When we talk about, I don't think I've ever talked about this either. When we talk about, how it is that women make rules for alpha or make rules for betas and they break rules for alphas. You also have to take into consideration that the things, the rules that she broke are going to be the tasks, are going to be the rules that she's going to make for the beta male, for the guy who has to do that. Now I'll explain to you why. And I'll tie it up with this because I had some other things I wanted to get to, but I think this is pretty much what I wanted to say. So when you have the alpha guy, the Tupac Shakur, okay, when you've got 5 minutes of alpha trumps 5 years of beta, and she has a sexual past of, let's just say 10, like our nice round number, 10. Okay, of those 10 guys, and I realize how rare that is. Don't give me grief. Of those guys, 2 of them are Tupac, right? 2 of them are alpha. One's Tupac and one's August Alsina, right? Those are the guys. And that's been your sexual history. That's been you. You might say you're married to a guy like Will Smith, and you're probably going to want to have an open relationship. You're probably going to want to opt for poly. You're probably going to want to opt for something. Even what is it? Steph Curry, Alicia Curry. She still wants to have, like, they have an open relationship. You're like one of the star players on in basketball, and that's what you're going to get, right? That's where we're going with this. Oh, well, I'm still not satisfied. Oh, he makes $350 million a year and he's a top earning actor. He's basically, his name is synonymous with American movies. Yeah, I want an open relationship. Well, what prompts a woman to want an open relationship or want to have sexual access, in spite of what any other woman would say? This is an ideal situation. You've got all this money. You've got a great husband. He's dutiful. He's to a fault. He's a loyal, loving, passive beta who's got his shit together and wants nothing but to, feed you grapes and make sure your 40th birthday is the best it could possibly be. Right? Why is that? I'm sure there are women who are going, oh my God, well, I can't believe Jada. I'll trade places with her. They would gladly trade places with Jada Pinkett Smith right now. They can't understand why this is happening. I will tell you why this is happening. It's because she has Tupac and she got August Alsina in her past lovers. And those guys didn't have to create a 40th birthday party for her to make her feel better. Those guys didn't have to work on their relationship with her. Those guys didn't have the same hoops or the self expectations that a beta male like like Will Smith, he is too, but Will Smith has for himself and has had for himself since before he met Jada. So he's already put himself at a disadvantage before Jada even comes into his life because of his mindset, because of his headspace. He's plugged into the matrix. He's plugged into blue pill conditioning. And so he's never made himself his mental point of origin. He's probably made his mom his mental point of origin. And then as soon as she was out of the picture and Jada was in, then now Jada is his mom. And he has to constantly, over the last 25, I don't know how long they were dating, but like certainly the last 25, 26 years, it's constant qualification. Even though you make $350 million a year, that's not enough. Okay, 351. How about 400 million? Oh, okay. Well, I'll get to that, right? It's the same problem that I ran into with every guy that I ever had to counsel when I was doing my my peer counseling work when I was getting my degree. I was dealing with guys who were 45 to 65 years old. And all of those guys had the same story. If she would just tell me what to do, I would do it. How do I make her love me? What do I have to do to make her love me? What do I have to do for her to have sex with me again? I don't want to divorce her. It's not even so much a money thing. He just doesn't want to go out, and these guys just don't want to go back into the sexual marketplace. They still very much love their wives. Their wives just don't want to fuck them. Their wives don't want to have anything to do with them. And they think that it's this constant, endless working on their relationship. And at some point, at somewhere along the way, 25 years, I guess that wasn't long enough. 30 years? Nope. 40 years? Nope. I'm 5 years from the grave? Nope. Still not enough. Because you still don't understand that you're stuck and you're plugged into this beta male blue pill bullshit. And you have been since before you met the girl that you were going to marry. The guys in the foam cannon party didn't have to, go to Bed Bath & Beyond and make sure the pillows matched the sheets and the barometric pressure in the room was right and she was ovulating and, Barry White was playing in the background and Venus was aligned with Pluto. I don't know. Like that kind of shit. No, guys those dudes didn't care. They would be happy to bang those guys on a cot in a single bedroom studio in North Hollywood. They were happy to do that. They loved every second of that. And it's memorable sex to them. They're thinking about that when they're banging you as, you're in your 30th year of marriage, right? Because you still have that in your head and you've had that for a long time. And it's hard to get out. It's hard to think in any different terms. So when you have been in that relationship and you've been locked into that woman who has either had, sex with another guy that she's pining for, or she's cheated on you and she's now coming back to you. And I made this point, by the way, last week, so I'm going to reiterate it here because I still think it's important. When that woman cheats on you, you're the perfect guy. She loves you, but I'm not in love with you. She's in love with the guy she was banging, her personal trainer she was banging. She's in love, like Jada Pinkett Smith is in love with August Alsina because he rocked her world. He laid down the pipe, man. Long stroking boy, man, went after it. And she loved every living second of it. I guarantee you. But because Will Smith is Will Smith, it's like, okay, he's the kind of guy who would take her back. He's the kind of guy who goes, it's all about healing. I buy into your bullshit. Yes, I'll apologize for you. Yes, I'll go on the red table. Yes, I'll risk my career and my reputation because I love you. I love you that much, baby. I'll take you back and I'll cover your ass for you and we'll do it on the red table on your show. That's the willingness. That's like, it's one thing to take a woman back after she's banged some other guy. Because what you've done as a guy, if you're the guy that she's in a relationship with and she cheats on you, she comes back, you're now the kind of guy who would take her back to her hindbrain, to the lizard brain. You're the kind of guy who was okay with another dude banging his wife. That right there, it's all over. You will never get back to respect and you will never get back to admiration. I don't care what the fuck Esther Perel says. It's not a good situation. That's why poly doesn't work. That's why polyamory is probably one of the most dangerous, stupid ideas I have heard in recent history. And yes, I'm looking at you, Jeff Miller, Dr. Jeff Miller and Diana Fleischman. There's a thing called jealousy, and it's endemic. It's part of our neural wiring. There was a functional reason for it. It's one of the feature. It's a feature, not a bug. And the more we try to make it a bug, the more we try to say jealousy is not like look at Will Smith. Do you think Will is jealous of Tupac? He said that he is. So I believe he is, but he can't, there's nothing he can do because Tupac's not there. August Alsina, do you think he was jealous of August? Yes. And you've heard him on these interviews try to apologize for being jealous. You hear him saying, yeah, I was jealous, but I really had to tamp down that negative dark side of my personality. Carl Jung. Oh man, I had to repress and push down the shadow self because that was making me jealous. Fucking God, get out of here with that shit. Be jealous. It's okay. The reason why you even feel that jealousy is because 100,000 years, 200,000 years ago, your ancestor, everybody who has successfully reproduced that came to the point of reproducing you, Will, was jealous. They mate guarded. They knew better. They stayed on top of they kept their women in pocket through force or by like society or by because she had genuine desire to be with that guy. But the fact remains, you feel jealousy as a human response for a reason. And I don't care how much you try to, I've heard this before, like, you can only make poly work if you can eroticize the jealousy, or you can shame it, or you can turn it into a social construct, or you can turn it into something that's like the green monster or whatever. I want you to see this really quick. This is just too much. I had to put this in.
Jealousy. It's an unpleasant emotion, sometimes even a dangerous one. But there's another side to jealousy that can be helpful, especially in romantic relationships. Jealousy is a great indicator that we care about someone, and oftentimes has to do with our fear of losing influence over that person. According to research psychologist Jolie Hamilton, it lights up internal problems we may be experiencing that could have come from an experience in our past. But when we take the time to acknowledge, understand, and work through jealousy, we lighten the load and can make space to be happy about something that's making a romantic partner happy instead. Hamilton says that's called compersion. It's a common practice in non-monogamous relationships.
Compersion is an antonym to jealousy. It is the sensation that we have when we are watching like a little kid have an ice cream cone, but we are lactose intolerant and we're like, I cannot enjoy that joy, but I am so glad you are happy right now.
And no matter the type of relationship, compersion can be a healthy practice for everyone.
I fundamentally disagree. This right here, by the way, I pulled this off of NPR, so it's public domain. Don't flag me for that. I'm just putting that out there. This is the kind of crap that I have to do. This is you want to know what like makes Rollo Tomassi fucking crazy? This shit makes me crazy. This makes me absolutely fucking batshit insane. Compersion. Let's make up some crap word. Let's make up some bullshit word. You want to talk about me like redefining hypergamy? Let's make up some bullshit word that is the opposite of jealousy. No, it's not. There's a reason for why you feel the base emotion of jealousy, and it has nothing to do with compersion or any of this other crap. You do that because it is a protection device. It's a protection mechanism. Mate guarding is jealousy. Jealousy is something that we say, well, that's mine, and you ain't touching mine. Because if I'm not jealous, I lose that thing and I might die as a result of that. I might not reproduce as a result of that. What this is it's some cutesy, children's illustration book rationalization for a jealousy as a social construct or jealousy as a psychological disorder. It's not a disorder. It is a feature, not a bug. Embrace that jealousy. Boy, I'll tell you right now, Will Smith, that protection instinct is derived, that mate guarding, that's derived from that jealousy. That's where that comes from. And you can call it whatever you want. You can put ice cream cones on it and sugarcoat it and put M&Ms on top. It's still the same pile of shit. And the idea that we should feel good about somebody cheating on us, there's never been a more gynocentric serving idea than that. So when you see Jack Murphy or you see these guys popping off about how, I'm in a poly relationship, I'm in an open marriage. Remember, Will Smith and Jada were supposed to be in this great relationship. We have a really strong relationship. He was trying to relate that and apologize profusely to Oprah Winfrey in that interview in the very beginning of today's show. He was doing his damnedest to make sure that there was no confusion about this, right? And then as of September of last year, we're actually in an open relationship. That doesn't work. That is a bad idea. poly is a bad idea. The reason why we're thinking these things up right now, by the way, is because we're in what Aaron Clary has called a post-marriage world. We're trying to figure out how men and women are going to get along, start families, have healthy relationships together, and we're trying to do this without marriage. And poly is one of these, great. Well, we all want to fuck each other. We're all bonobos, right? We all want to bang each other, right? And so we got to figure out, we got to find some way to rationalize, like globally, like collectively rationalize why jealousy is a bad thing. Jealousy is only a bad thing if you're the one who's jealous, right? If you're the one who's losing out, if you have the what is it, opportunity cost, you're the one that other person's actions are placing upon you an opportunity cost. Yeah. Men and women, by the way, get jealous for different things. Women get jealous for emotional investment. Men, where'd you fuck them? In the kitchen, in the bathroom, in the bed? Where? Tell me. Paternity. They're interested in paternity. And so, of course, the cutesy way is like, well, you should feel good about your partner wanting to feel good. Yeah, let's look at what's going on with Jack Murphy. I'm a stronger, more masculine, like this right here, that cutesy little cartoon. That's the equivalent right there. That's the female kid-like stupid, bonehead equivalent of the infamous blog post about I cuck my wife out. And I feel like I'm more of a man because I do that. I'm secure. I'm glad she's out there having a good time. No, you're not. You don't give two shits about her. You don't care about your paternity. That's for damn sure. And I'll argue this is that guys who are in poly relationships or think that they're in poly relationships, for the most part, that's become a mating strategy for beta males right now. I'll talk about that more in another podcast. I've gotten into it in the past too. So anyways, last but not least, when we talk about women's past, when women had their Tupac Shakurs, when women have had the August Alsinas, and they're pining for those. If you're the guy, if you're the beta who has, benefits that they bring to the table that kind of offset what she's going through, what she needs, her most necessary needs at that time, and she marries you, even though she didn't want to marry a guy like Will, she wanted to marry Tupac. She wanted to marry a guy like Tupac or a guy like August Alsina, but they weren't nearly as paid as somebody like Will Smith. And Will Smith was just, I would say most of this is half of this, let's just say, is on Will Smith and his beta blue pill mentality. But the other half is definitely on Jada and women like Jada. So when women get into that situation and they cheat on their husband, they come back to their husband from cheating with their Tupac or their personal trainer or whatever. And having any sex with that guy now feels like cheating on the guy she was cheating with. So if she was with the personal trainer, or if she was with the Tupac or the guy who's outside the marriage, that guy rocked her world, going back into the marriage and putting up that front and saying everything's fine and hiding it and trying to keep the logistics going. And, I'm not real. You're basically getting cucked, but she's trying to convince you that you're not getting cucked. Any sex that you have with her is all compromise, certainly transactional, but it's all compromise because women feel like they're cheating, not on you, but on the guy who rocked the real guy, or their soulmate, the guy who's outside the marriage that they've been cheating with. They feel like they're cheating on him by having sex with her husband, by having sex with the guy that she's supposed to be with, who's, they have a commitment and maybe in this case, kids. So I would argue that the situation with Jada is it's like, Will can't compete with the ghost of Tupac, but furthermore, he can't compete with the fantasy of the guy that she really wants to fuck. And it's getting to the point right now where she doesn't need him anymore. You will say, I think there probably will be a divorce at some point here. I think there will be a separation and a divorce. There will certainly be a split. And I hate to use my good friend Robert Kiyosaki, but like he's going through a split right now with his wife and has had something similar said to him. I don't need you anymore. And literally it's true. I don't need you anymore. I have enough money to, in spades, I have enough money to ensure my long-term security for the rest of my life. And now I want the hot guy in the foam cannon party. Now I want what I missed out on. Now I know I can go back and get that. And even if that's not like, I'm saying in figure of sense, but even if that's not like physically true, the want and the desire for that is absolutely true. Even if that woman can't like physically make that happen. So Will is fighting against the ghost of Tupac for sure, but he's also fighting against the entitlement or the impression that Jada, bald ass Jada, can still go get with a guy like August Alsina if she wants to, and she could leave at any time. Like one thing I don't think enough people are talking about is he could leave whenever or she could leave whenever she wants, and she doesn't have to ruin him. She could just pick up and go anytime she wants to, but she doesn't. And she hasn't. I mean, she could have done it a long time ago. She could have done it right after, cheating with August, but she didn't. Why is that? Does she enjoy like torturing Will? There might be, you might be able to make a case for that. All right. Let me finish up with the rest of these. Thank you for that $100, my friend. That was great. Super sticker. I always like super stickers, but I can't put them on screen because that's StreamYard. And another one, Timaeus. Thank you, Timaeus, very, very much for that. What is this? When is your player's handbook coming out? I'm glad you asked here at the end of the show. It will be coming out next week, most likely. I'm not going to give you an exact date. By the way, if you are a part of the mailing list, the Rational Mail, MAIL, and you can get on it on my blog site, therationalmail.com. You can sign up for it there. You'll get the announcement before anybody else. And if you are a Patreon subscriber, you'll also get access to special little deals that I'm doing. So if you are an email subscriber or if you are a Patreon, you will get advance notice and you will get an advanced, you'll be able to buy the pre-sale before anybody else. I don't usually do pre-sales, but because I have a mailing list now and because I have the Patreon and because and also, by the way, if you're on the Discord for the Red Pill Lions, you will also get advance notice as well. So those are the three places you can get advance notice, but it will be out this month for sure. But I will let you know when it's coming out. Now, why is Rollo being cagey with this? Well, I'm doing this because I know damn well I'm going to get review spammed like immediately because I know Anthony Johnson and the rest of his like Spurg army is going to come at me. And I know that DDJ is going to come at me. And I know the rest of these fuckers who just want to fuck with me just to fuck with me. It's been 3 goddamn years. I know it's coming. Anytime I have a big, also, by the way, whenever I have a big, interview coming up, and whenever I have a PBD interview coming up, don't expect me to give you that notice in advance, like more than like 2 or 3 days, because I can 100% guarantee you there'll be some video about Rollo's a fraud and put me, do whatever. Please continue to waste your time, Anthony. Please continue to do that. You've done nothing else for 3 years. You don't exist if I don't exist. I own your ass. I own your headspace. I own everything about you. You don't exist without me. You don't exist without Donovan. You don't exist without any of the guys that I hang. Everybody who you have fucked over the last, 3 years. All those guys who won't work with you anymore. All the guys you had to force to take non-disclosure agreements. All the guys you're throwing out all this bullshit, legal threats at. All those guys. No, nobody cares about you. Nobody cares about you anymore. You can rail and scream and cry and everything. You know what? Let me give you some advice. The best thing you can do is fucking get back to work and go do something else. Go produce something. I know that's impossible for you, but go and do that. If you really want to be back in all this, if you really want to do this, which I don't think you have the guts to do because I know you're a psychopath, but you have literally, I can prove this. You've literally done nothing else but talk shit about me, about Rich, about Ryan, about anybody who's associating with me. It's clear. So just kindly fuck off. Okay. All right. And that's why, by the way, I'm sort of withholding I have to be strategic. Sorry. I got to play things right. Also, by the way, I've been quoted in the Epic Times, 5 times now, and twice in American Mind. And I've got some other ones coming up. If you want to read those articles, my good friend, John McGillian, I hope I'm saying your name, McGillian or McGillian. I can't remember. He's a writer mainly for the Epic Times. So go check those out. I usually post the links up on my Twitter. We have discussions and then he kind of quote mines my paragraphs, but that's okay. It's all good. So go check those out. I'm in the Epic Times and the American Mind. And so I think, did you quote? I think maybe he quoted Rich too. Also, things I'm working on right now as after in a post Robert Kiyosaki world. I'm also working with Robert. I'm working with Ken McElroy. I'm working with George Gannon. Also, we have some people from ASU that are a possibility, Arizona State University. And we're also working with possibly PragerU. That's your teaser. Since you waited this whole all 1,500 of you, that's your teaser. There's a possibility that there's a connection with Dennis Prager. Take that how you wished. Greetings from Melbourne, Florida. Thanks for exposing the true nature of women and the lies espoused by feminism. Your books are recommended often as circumstance allow. Thank you. Wow. Thank you very much from Australia. It's nice to be international. I had a guy in Kenya ask me if I'd come out to Kenya, and I said, yes, I would love to come out to Kenya as soon as the 5th book is out. Maybe I'll do a book tour. I have people in Kenya. What's around there? Is it Uganda? Kenya, Nigeria, Uganda. I don't think I want to go to Somalia. Sorry. But I do want to go to Kenya. I think I would like to start there. I have a lot of followers in Kenya. It blows my mind. I do want to get out there, and I will. I promise you. Oh, look, best fun cams with the boys. Yeah. No. Oh, thank you for blocking that douche nozzle.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
There you go. Who are you? You are Rollo. This woman I'm seeing says men need to work more on their emotional intelligence. Does it mean she wants more vulnerability? No, it means she's stupid. There's no such thing as emotional intelligence. Okay. That's really social intelligence. It's really understand. What she wants is you to read her mind. That's more or less what she's saying. Emotional intelligence is a farce, by the way. Emotions are a function. Okay. Emotions are an interpretive process for a human, a cognitive interpretive process. Okay. Well, you're not smart enough to be emotional, or you need more vulnerability. Whenever that comes out of a woman's mouth, just shake your head and go, there's no such thing as emotional intelligence. There is intelligence. There's rationality. There's reason. Hell, let's review. Let's rewind the tape. There is this fight or flight instinct and the lizard brain, autopilot. Then you've got the mammalian brain, which is emotions, memories, and habits. And then you've got the human brain, which is neocortex, language, abstract thought, imagination, consciousness, reason, rationalizes, right? It learns. Okay. Emotional intelligence, not a thing. Intelligence is a thing, right? So whenever somebody's saying, oh, they use the term emotional intelligence, like I think some people just want that to be sort of their trump card. Oh, you need more emotional intelligence. No, you need to understand what emotion actually is. It has a function and a latent purpose to it. It's not magic. It's not some intellectual process. It is it is an interpretive process. Emotion is what motivates us from one state to another. It's not about like thinking about it. That's intelligence, right? So when people say you're not emotionally intelligent, what they're saying is you don't agree with me. But what they're saying is you don't have social savvy, right? You don't have I think a lot of people confuse like emotional intelligence with like social intelligence or understanding like how people feel or having like that empathetic say, like people don't like autistic people, and correct me if I'm wrong, but autistic people have trouble reading the emotional states or the meaning, or they tend to be very literalist because they don't pick up the cues like facial expressions or attitudes or physical body language. They don't pick up vocal intonations because they have like a disability or whatever that like prevents them, limits them from understanding that. Is it because he doesn't have emotional intelligence, or is it because there's something wrong with his brain? Probably that. Can we look at it from like a function? Like, can we get down to like empiricism and materialism and like say, okay, well, his brain's wired differently. Oh, that's it. I guess he is emotionally intelligent, or else emotional intelligence is bullshit. Some made up word that you put out there because you needed an answer for something you didn't have an answer to. Stop it, ladies. Stop it with the emotional intelligence. There's emotion, But there's intelligence. Let's not put those two together. What is this? Hey, Rollo, just saw you on Michaela Peterson. That's a long time ago. And, well, 6 months ago. I'm really interested on the topic of violence is sexy. Could you make a quick video on that subject? I have, but if you'd like me to do another one, so noted. What else? Is that it? No, there's a $50 in there. I got to give you a Don DeMarco. What? Have you all seen the pics of Jada with August 2? Yeah, we have. You mean like this one? Yeah, catch up with the rest of the class. Okay.
Thank you very much. Can I be in charge for a while?
All right. Let's see. Beyonce and Jay-Z got polarity. Yeah. You know what else has some real polarity is Kanye. Kanye and Kim, boy. There's another one. Kanye is, it's funny. Kanye is Will Smith in 3 years, 4 years. He's going to get red pilled the hard way. Kanye, by the way, is most definitely going to get, he's already getting red pilled. But we've talked about him before. I have to catch the rest of you before I log off because the dogs are already at the door wondering where their food is. But thank you, because now I can afford their food. Good. Okay, here we go. From the earlier video, if nice guys win was true, then why are they single? Because they don't win. Nice guys are a dime a dozen. If women wanted nice guys, they'd all be married at 25. No, well, yeah, I think we know it's bullshit. But it's funny how that even in 2022, women are still selling themselves on that social convention. Nice guys win. What are you talking about? Justin Baldoni and those girls believe that nice guys can win. They'll be eventually they'll be all right. What's that? Yeah, I'm sure it is. Hey, Femme Sapien, please be sure to tell Torsia she's welcome to come back now. I wasn't mad at her, and I didn't ban her because of any issue. I banned her because I had 100,000 spoof accounts trying to pretend to be her on every single platform I have, like on Twitter, on Instagram, on here, everywhere else. So I had to sort of, that was a security decision, I wasn't trying to be mean or anything. Rollo, what after rejecting friend zone offer? What's after move on? That's what's after. You can say, hey, look, I have enough friends. Thanks, but no thanks. I don't think of you as a friend. That's actually the easiest way to do it. Like when girls give you the LJBF, do they still do that? Let's just be friends. When a woman gives you the LJBF, which is a rejection, understand that it is a rejection. And then second of all, the response to that should be, nah, it's all right. I don't think of you that way. I can't really think of you as a friend. I would much rather be intimate with you. But if that's not the case, then fine. Have a good life. That's all. Women hate that too. Because, what do you mean? I can't be your friend? Oh, you're a fucking asshole. You're trying to be a nice guy, but you're not really a nice guy, are you? No, I just would like to fuck you. And that's not going to happen. So say la vie. Do you think multiple alpha widows share the same guy? I absolutely 100% can confirm for you that women, and this is Pook, by the way, I'm citing sources, women would rather share a successful alpha than be saddled with a faithful beta. Okay. And we're seeing that in practice today, every day in the sexual marketplace, because women feel like they're entitled to the best of the best. They need the highest value guy. I mean, we can go, do you want to do the value calculator again? The delusion calculator? All you have to do is look at the female delusion calculator and you'll know it's true. Yes. That, in fact, that also, by the way, polygamy, poly lifestyle. Do you think that one share the same guys? Yes, they do. Quite often, whether they know they're doing it or not, it's subjective. They might not know. Or they might know and they don't care because they don't want to get with the beta male because they don't have to. And the alpha male won't commit, but he'll fuck you on the weekends. Okay. And last but not least, don't send any more. Oh, hi, Allie. If you do a book tour, put Casey on the list. Kansas City, do I have to? Well, I don't know. Is Mahomes still playing there? I'll decide if Mahomes is. I know they're probably going to get rid of Tyreek. Nice guys, aka the backup plan. Yes, you are correct. All right, guys. Thank you very much. I will be back on Wednesday. I'm gonna probably have Kevin Savo on, but we're not just gonna talk about the NFT, which we will, but it'll be topical. I've been wanting to put Kevin in the mix, and I really want to get him on for an interview too. So I'm gonna do I don't know, I guess I'll have him on. We'll just do a talk. Maybe we'll do a Q&A if you guys want to talk too. That's fine. So that's that. I will see you guys on Wednesday. Books coming out next week, or probably early. Gosh, I can't even give you a date, because if I give you a date, then I know I'm going to suffer. So this month for sure, but I would say within the next 12 days. In the next 12 days, the book will be out. All right. Peace. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Glad you guys enjoyed. Oh, wait, we also have this. Whoa. You guys like this one? I said you did. There you go. All right. Bye, guys.